Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First-place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last-call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit ParallelAiRev.game. Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First-place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last-call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit ParallelAiRev.game. Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship.
Welcome back to another weekend of insane parallel gaming action. This is going to be the East Qualifier for the YGG Play Summit Showdown, presented by YGG Esports and iRev. I'm Desi, joined together here with the one and only Tyler, top 8 winner of qualifier of the West Qualifier last weekend. How are you doing, Tyler?
Bro, I'm doing so good. So I'm so hyped for this, man. I qualified for the one 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, well, I got nothing to do for the next 2 weeks, right? So when I got called up to cast, I was like, let's go. I got nothing to do anyway. I'm free. So the other guys, they're gonna have to stress and do their best to qualify. But I'm in a great mental space where I'm like, I finished my job, So now I can just sit back, relax, and watch some high-level games and talk with my boy Detsy. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's go, man, dude. I am super excited as well. So once again, this is going to be the qualifier for the $100,000 tournament in Manila next month. And the prize pool is sponsored by YG Esports and iRev once again. So this is going to be the top 8 of the second day of Swiss. Today we are going to be having... How many rounds are we having today, Tyler? I believe we're going to be having 3 rounds.
Off stream yesterday for 4 rounds. And today they're doing the finishing 3 rounds, right? So in order to make it to top 8, it's really hard, man. You have to win 6 matches and lose 1, right? You have to go 6-1 score to guarantee to make it. One person can go 7-0. And then I think most likely it's going to be 2 players with a 5-2 score that are going to make it through. I was one of them 2 weeks ago, so I felt very lucky for that. But Two, and I think out of like 14 or 16 players with a 5-2 score to make it. So that's gonna require some luck. So you definitely want to just like go 6-1 and make sure you make it, because the other one is just kind of like a dice roll. So
Yeah, that's insane. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the format once again today. So the format is going to be Conquest with 3 parallels and 1 ban. So what do you expect the players to be bringing today, Tyler? What are some of the most popular tournament decks at the moment?
yeah, so I've done some prep work. I helped some of the guys prep with their lineups. I helped Fino and Lambi prep a bit. I mean, I did not do that much work, but I was like listening into what they were thinking. And the consensus among most of the like top players, if not all, was 2 things, right? So you definitely bring Shroud. Whether you bring Brand, New Dawn, or Neve is up for debate. It's very interesting actually that there's so much debate between the 3 that no one can agree on which one is the best. And I think that's also because we don't really have like tracking systems or tracking websites in parallel right now like we have in like other online digital TCGs, right? So like it's more up for debate. People tend to choose more like their comfort picks, and it's more intuitive in a way because we don't have like these crazy stats that say like, well, this is strictly better, that is strictly better. And I feel like right now Parallel is in such a great space because of that, because like, well, we all don't know. We're kind of still like testing and going with our gut feeling and picking the lineup that we feel is best. So like with Shroud, yeah, you have 3 decks to pick from. They're all viable. And you can even see now in the top that there's like a good split between the 3 Shroud decks that we have, Paragons that we have. So that's for Shroud. So that's deck number 1, right? Deck number 2, you have Catherine, the burn spell Catherine, and everyone just agrees that that's a must bring. So that's a no-brainer. So you already have 2 decks, right? So in this meta, it just came down to what is the 3rd deck, and that there's like a lot of testing, a lot of debate going on whether which 3rd deck you should go for. And then within the 3rd deck, you have a little bit of a rock paper scissors mindset, right? It's like if I bring Naeus, then Naeus is weak to this, and if I bring that, then that's weak to that. So then with the 3rd deck it was mainly a discussion between, do we bring Naeus, do we bring Universal Organ, do we bring the organ that the normal organ, or do we bring maybe even Earthen? And I think that's the main thought process that we're going through most of people's minds.
Okay, talk to me a little bit, Tyler, about how your lineup changes depending on what sort of Shroud Paragon you bring. So I would imagine that, you know, whether you bring Brand, Neve, or New Dawn, your lineup and your ban strategy may be different, right?
I think it's still pretty similar. I think all the Shroud decks like kind of do a very similar thing. It's just that one deck might be less good against aggressive decks than others. So like basically you're like, so let's say you bring New Dawn instead of Brand, right? What you're giving up is your matchup against aggressive decks. So New Dawn is worse against aggressive decks, but it's better in the mirror against Brand. So it's not necessarily changing your lineups, but it's changing on how the queuing phase is gonna go. Because like if you then queue into the wrong deck, then it might feel like you brought the wrong deck, but that is not always the case. So it just changes the some of the dynamics on how you queue. So like some people decide to be better in the mirror match by bringing well, in theory, New Dawn should be better against Brand. If we go further on that, I don't necessarily agree with that. I have other thoughts on that. But in theory, New Dawn beats Brand, so you bring it for the mirror, but then you're weaker against Naeus, for example. So if you think that you can dodge that matchup, or if you think you're confident in the Brand versus New Dawn matchup, then bringing Brand is better against Naeus. But if you think that you have like maybe so that's why I brought Brand personally, because I wanted to be better against Naeus. But I also think that Brand against New Dawn is 50-50. I do not agree with the people that say New Dawn is favored. So that's why for me, Brand was the most natural pick. So I personally think New Dawn is a horrible pick. I think it's not favored against Brand at all. So you don't actually have any advantage by bringing it. I do like the people that brought Neve, because I actually do think that Neve has a significant edge against Brand. Because I think in the Strop matchup, you don't want to be the one that plays the slow game and like reactive and be like, oh, I have 3 demoralized, I can just remove everything. In theory, that's like the cool plan in theory, but I never see it work out that way. I see it more working out like whoever's the better aggressor, whoever has more waves of stuff to push tends to just win the game. So for me, it's like Brand can keep up with New Dawn, but then Neve beats Brand because you have like the hero power, right? The Paragon. So for 9 mana, you drop Neum, and that's a lot of pressure. So you have one whole extra wave of pressure. And usually when I play as Brand versus Neve, that tends to be harder for me because I know that there's like one extra line of pressure that I have to deal with. And whereas like against New Dawn, well, it's one card a turn that they take at the cost of 1 mana from the Singularity. It's pretty slow and it's not a lot of pressure. So for me personally, where I would rank the decks is right now, New Dawn, Brand somewhere in the middle. And I actually really like the people that brought Neve. I like lately when I've been playing, I've been struggling more against Neve. So I think like Neve is kind of like the dark horse.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like a very interesting tournament dynamic here, since if everybody's gonna expect to bring Catherine and then one form of Shroud, it seems like people are gonna have to find a really good third deck to squeeze some wins in, right? Because that is gonna be the deciding factor, I believe, just because well, without a universally agreed upon best third deck, then there's gonna be a lot of variance in the lineups.
Yep.
All right, so let's take a look here at our day one recap. So these are going to be the top players who made it through day one with the best score. Any familiar names you see here, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so hyped for Very Fat Cat because this guy started playing the game like 2 months ago, and he was hanging out in Fino stream, right? And Fino streams Hearthstone, and he was hanging out there, and he was like hearing Fino yapping about Parallel all the time, and he's like, okay, let me give it a shot. And Fino's like, all right, bro, I'll help you out. I'll get you up to date. I'll tell you everything, and you're gonna love it. Like, we have a great esports scene. For someone like you who loves competing, it's gonna be awesome. And it's been 2 months, and this guy's hooked. Like, he's playing every tournament, he's grinding ladder, and he's trying to get enough league points to qualify for the Prime World Championship. So, and here he is, 4-0. Just needs 2 more wins.
Yeah. That'll be happening next year. Really looking forward to that as well. Yeah, very, very Fat Cat, very interesting as well, because from what I remember, very early on when he first started, he was already ahead of Fino on the leaderboard. Like Fino was sitting at like rank 4 or something, and Very Fat Cat was above him. So that
so it was Koji, right, that sent out like the challenge to any Hearthstone player that month that would get a top 5 finish would get a $3,000 bonus. So Fat Cat was going for that, and he did it. So he got like, fat $3,000 bonus for finishing top 5 on ladder.
Wow.
Within like the first month of playing the game, right? He even started the season like the 10th of the month or something. So in 20 days, he got to top 5, got his bonus, and now he's hooked to the game. So very cool.
Yeah, that's insane. All right, another player who's hooked to the game, Fino YGG, our homeboy. A member of YGG Esports as well. He is sitting here at a 3-1 score. I see a lot of other familiar names here as well. Bright Avian, we've seen him quite often in tournaments. Lazy Dictator, Zarathustra, who is one of the best players possibly at the moment right now as well. We see Penzokin there. Any other familiar names you see there, Tyler?
I mean, all of these names are familiar to me. So, I mean, almost all of them. I mean, so of course, my homeboy Fino, right? I want him to do well. I want him to make it so that he gets to get on the casting couch and cast with us live in Manila, right? So we really need him to make it. And then, like, so many names go under the radar. Like, even Kartoha, right? Like, this guy used to play Hearthstone back in 2016-17. I don't know if you remember that, say, but DreamHack Valencia 2017 or something. We were there, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I made top 16, and he beat me in top 16 in Valencia, which cost me a lot of points, which made me not qualify for Worlds that year. So like Krakoa was a guy who caused me to not qualify for Worlds that year.
Yeah,
so it's like very high level players from other card games that are here, right? And then they fall on the radar because like not everyone knows them. Of course, they're not all super well known, but I know all of them. I know like the history. Like I've met them in real life, so it's so hyped to see all these names here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the crazy things as well, is that even though Parallel is such a new game, a lot of the top players and the players who are heavily invested in the game have very, very deep lore of other card games, and yeah, we have a long history with a lot of these names, even ones who we don't see on that leaderboard there. So yeah, so once again, this tournament is a 128 player tournament, and the top 8 earn league points and also qualify to the top 16 live tournament in Manila, which is $100,000 US dollar tournament. So really big shout out to AiRev. He contributed to half of that prize pool. Really generous
Insane, dude.
of him.
Insane.
Yeah, this guy's phenomenal, man. I cannot believe the amount of generosity that he's not only showing here for this tournament, but also just players on the daily. You know, he goes into streams. He's just supporting the ecosystem, and I think he's probably just the biggest parallel maxi as well.
Yeah, I mean, my first interaction with iRev ever was like, I just started Parallel, right? I didn't know anyone in the seat, so to me, it's like so iRev just DM me and it's just like, okay, yeah, whatever. Like he was like, hey, let's give me your wallet. Let me send you some gifts. You know, I'm like, okay, sure. Gave him my wallet, sent me some skins and some card packs, and I had no idea what those were. Like I was just new to NFTs and everything. I was like, wow, this tech is super cool. You can do that. And then since that day, I'm the one also like trying to pay it forward and like, you know, follow in iRev's footsteps to like give stuff to people as well. You know, and it's so cool that the tech enables that stuff. And like iRev was just one of those guys who just really believes in it and just like wants to show, you know, like how freaking cool Parallel is, right? Like it's just such a cool community, and iRev is such a goat for enabling all of this, man. Like we wouldn't be here without iRev.
Yeah, shout out to iRev, man. All right, let's take a quick look here at our first series. Our first series is actually going to be Lazy Dictator versus Ganera. So I'll go through Ganera's decks, and then how about you go through Lazy Dictator's deck, Tyler?
All right, cool.
All right, so Ganera, his very first deck is going to be Neve. It looks like he is going to be running only one copy of Dark Dealings. I think that's a little bit unusual at the moment. What else do we see here, Tyler? That is maybe a little bit unordinary from the deck. I see 2 power instructors there, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the EMP Shockwave, right? So EMP Shockwave destroys all relics. So like instead of running 1 collateral damage that just destroys 1 relic, I guess you have like within 1 card you can destroy more. So it's a bit of a counter to any type of Organ Core that tries to beat you with tons of relics. So maybe like an Organ Core with tons of what's the card called? That's it. Now you're gonna have to help me out. The one that whenever the opponent plays a spell, it gets a charge and it can
defense turrets.
Yes, that one. So like it's kind of like a good way to counter that if they have a bunch of those on the board, rather than just being able to destroy 1 relic. So other than that, yeah, looks like a good Neve list. Other than those 2 cards, it's pretty interesting that people started putting in, like you said, Dark Dealings, just for a bit more value, right? But overall, looks good to me. Oh, 2 power instructors. I haven't seen that before. Usually people do like 1, but fitting in 2 is interesting. I really like that card, man. I always, whenever I build a scout deck, I always try to justify putting like 3 of them in. And like when I just started the game, I was like, every strat deck has to run 3 of these because it's a 5 energy unit with 5/4 instance that can pick any card from your deck, right? Like
that's really
strong. I think in any card game, like ever, when you have an effect that can pick any card from deck, you just get to pick. It's just an extremely powerful effect. So I always really like that card. Cool to see it being played more, and yeah, looking forward to see how this Neve deck's gonna perform.
All right, so on to the next deck here from Ganera. We are going to be taking a look here at his Naeus. So his Naeus, it looks like, is this, okay, so 3 Triumph of Europa is normal, 2 copies of Synchronicity, and what else do we see here, Tyler? Anything out of the ordinary?
I mean, the hammer has been phasing in and out, but nothing out of the ordinary. I guess Master Poisoner, not always everyone plays that card anymore. But I guess that's a bit of a nod to like potentially facing Earth and just anything that kind of has like big units that are hard to deal with. It's kind of cool to have the Master Poisoner, so I don't mind it. And I think Indictus is like a very recent, pretty recent card people put in their Naeus decks. And that card is just really good. So yeah, fairly, I would say standard Naeus list. I guess there's the 2 Alvaros that are interesting. I still think people are likely gonna ban. I think if I'm looking at the lineups, it looks like they're planning to ban Kathy. Maybe there's a flex possibility that they don't do it, but the 2 Alvaro interrogators mean like you have like somewhat extra stuff against either Kathy or maybe even Stroud. So either one of those are gonna be left open. So yeah, looks like a good
All
list.
right. Yeah, so it looks like the players are going to be ready shortly. So we're going to go through quickly through their remaining deck list here. So next up here for Ganera, let's see, is going to be Markolian. He's going to be bringing the spell Kathy and only 2 copies of Fleet Support. So that'll be interesting to see how that does. Moving on to the next deck here from Ganera. Oh, sorry. That's the last deck here. So Tyler, how about you quickly take us through?
Yeah, I won't yap too much. I'll just keep it simple. So yeah, the last deck from Ganera, pretty standard Kathy deck, nothing to add to there. And then this is Neve, pretty similar as well, right? We see the 1 Dark Leadings, but instead of the EMP Shockwave, we see the 1 Saboteur. So that's gonna be interesting to see that dynamic. Fairly standard, but yeah, and the 2 Power Instructors, very interesting. I didn't know people were doing that. So I was usually seeing 1, now we see 2. So that's cool. Yeah, other than that, pretty similar to Granera's Neve deck, I think.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the 3rd deck, right? That I'm talking about. Like we no one knows what the best 3rd deck is, and Lazy Dictator goes for the normal Organ Core deck with defense turrets, and it has the Heartlink Pilot and upcycle technology to cheat out the big stuff. It has all the good stuff. I really like this deck. Like there was a meta where I really enjoyed playing this deck. It's super fun. I just don't know where it stands in the meta right now. I haven't played enough. I have no idea how this deck is going to perform. So I'm just looking forward to watch the matchup and see what his plan with this deck is. So let's just keep it
for sure. All right, so moving on to Lazy Dictator's last deck here. Once again, it is going to be the Markolian Catherine. So 1 copy of Fleet Support. That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my
gosh. I did not expect that.
All right, and a copy of Fire Everything. So it looks like he is going to be going off the deep end with this list. We'll see how it performs in the coming games. I believe that the players are going to be ready. So this is going to be our first match here for the YGG Play Summit Showdown East Qualifier. And, for once we have a parallel tournament that people in other time zones can watch.
I mean, I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to cast this thing.
In Asia, Tyler. In Asia.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Sure
I thought the world revolved around Europe, man. I thought it was about me.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm looking forward to these matches, Tyler. It's been there has been a sort of medium-sized update since any last parallel tournament. So that is going to be likely the last update moving into the new parallel expansion Aftermath, which is coming very, very soon. So it'll be interesting to see how things shake up, especially in best of 3.
Yeah. I have no idea how it's gonna go, and I'm just really interested to see and who picked the best 3rd deck, and maybe we get surprised here. Like maybe it was actually the Organ Core deck. I mean, it's 4-0 now, right? Maybe it's the Organ Core that was the nuts. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well, since the extra nerfs to Unishop, to both to Freitas and to Ingrid, seem to have made players maybe opt for other decks that are slightly more powerful now. Whereas in the past, I think probably the last 3-4 tournaments, Unishop has kind of been one of the staple bread and butter picks to be bringing to a tournament.
Yes, the previous meta was so easy because Unishop was an auto bring, Kathy was an auto ring, Shroud was an auto bring. So there you have your 3 decks, right? Now that we only have 2 top decks in a way, like it makes it so much more interesting. And like Unishop being so nerfed, the initial response was like, Unishop sucks. No one's gonna bring it anymore. And then I still see some people bring in this tournament. So I also rooting for the guys that still are in it with Unishop. See how that's gonna go, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. We'll see.
All right, so we got the bans here, Tyler. So both players are going to be banning the Catherine. Is that kind of the obvious ban here?
Yeah, it's just as expected. I think like the top level meta, the top players all up to ban Kathy. It's pretty much universally agreed on. And then, like I said, it's going to be the Shroud. Either you queue the Shroud mirror or you first. That's a huge increase in win rate. And then we just go from there. And honestly, it's going to be, it's not necessarily an aggressive matchup. I feel like it can be a very grindy matchup because, well, the Naeus needs to keep pressuring, whereas the Neve needs to keep removing. And then with Neve, you have Niam's Dominion, which kind of helps, right? Which other Shrouds don't have access to. So most important thing is don't miss your turn 1 as Naeus. So I think Anara's already in a pretty decent spot here.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, right? Like that one drop is so important that he's even willing to keep a mercenary gunslinger over potentially trying to find like a Valarusi striker or something.
Yeah.
Which, you know, in a way they're both probably kind of the same because from the Shroud side, you'll probably have to be trying to remove any sort of units that are on the Naeus side of the board anyways.
Yeah, because like you just have to play something to force your opponent to have to react, right? So the opponent either has to spend like a life siphon to clear this, otherwise next turn it attacks in and it's a 2/2. So it forces your opponent to spend a turn clearing your unit instead of developing a unit themselves. So I assume the life siphon is gonna come down here.
Yeah, I think you have to. That's one of the awkward things about Shroud is that oftentimes it's quite hard to use your mana. I think like basically any moment you get, you might as well just spend as much mana as possible because a lot of times like later on in the mid game, your turns are kind of locked up, right? Where it's like you have to curve out on 5, you probably have to play 5, and it's just really hard to squeeze in those cards. So
yeah, it's all about spending all mana, baby. Just spend all mana, just like don't float mana. Here you have the most toxic play you can do as Naeus versus Neve or versus Shroud in general. A Harf that grows every turn. It's so hard to clear this Harf. It's if this Harf sticks, you know, and we just curve out, we play a 3/3 on 3, and then if it sticks until the next turn, and we get to play Triumph of Europe for 4 energy. Yeah, it's looking really rough for Neve if this Harf sticks for too long.
dude, how cool does that red Harf look, man? That's insane.
It's insane, dude. I mean, 128 copies in the world. These were giving out to people that qualify for one of the big tournaments. So then they played it. So 128 copies only. It's such a huge flex, man. I love it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, for
Do you have it? You don't have it, right?
I don't think I have it. No, the red Harf. No, I don't think I have it. Unfortunately,
You were not in that tournament. Like I know you're a customer. You qualify for some tournaments yourself as well. Like you've been playing some.
I actually did play in that. No. Did I play the tournament? Oh, I can't even remember anymore, Tyler. I believe I casted that one only, and I didn't play that one.
Ah, yeah. That's such a shame. It was better evade to just play it.
Yeah,
the red Harf.
I definitely have regrets. All right. All right, Asian subjugate coming down here for Ganera. That's gonna be a hard one to deal with as well, especially with his Harf just sticking on the board.
Yeah, because like the Naeus has 2 creatures you have to deal with on the board, right? So, the Harf draw here. That's a pretty good draw. So we get to develop something ourselves. It still costs 1 energy to cast that life siphon. So just like looks like the Asian subjugate is gonna stick around. There's not much in our hand to really get a good value from it, though. We don't really have a good turn 4 play here as Ganera. Oh, he's thinking about just preemptively casting the Life Siphon now to deal 2 damage to it, just because it's 0 cost now, right? Oh, let's see. I can't hear you. Well, I don't know right now if I can't hear Detsy or Detsy can't hear me on the broadcast. All right. All right. So Detsy's having some difficulties, some technical difficulties. I will continue on my own until this gets resolved, guys. But yeah, Granera actually like not in a great spot here. I looked away for a second and the Neve managed to clear a lot. I was talking about the preemptive Life Siphon on this subjugate here. I think that was a really good play. So for Granera, it looks like his only play is just dropping the Paragon here. Yeah, because that's the most energy efficient play. We develop a 3/5 body. Obviously, it's really weak to Honored Steward, but at times like these, you kind of just have. Yeah, that's the card we wanted last turn. That's the exact card that would have like sealed the game last turn if we had drawn it. But unfortunately, he didn't have it, so he has to make the risky play here. Play into Honest Steward, let his 3/5 die for free. Luckily, Lazy Dictator did not have it, but Lazy Dictator still has a really good turn. Honestly, this is just as miserable for Ganera. So he's gonna decide on what to bank here. He's actually hovering over Niam's Dominion. We're gonna Eraser for sure, right? So I like this. He's saying I don't need the other Erasure. He's saying he probably doesn't have mana to do it anyway because next turn is 5 energy. He definitely wants to play most likely Wong, maybe the Astos Glaive, but it's pretty sure that next turn is not gonna be Erasure. So it's good bank. And then from a game where I thought Ganera had a really good start as Neas, it's looking already pretty miserable. I mean, I hate calling games this early, but it's when you're behind on board, like it's so hard to come back.
Yeah, for sure.
So now it looks like we're gonna have to go for a Hail Mary, like, yep, Triumph, and hope we get some good stuff. Black market fixers, that really we just spent 5 energy on a Triumph to play Black market fixer, or we're gonna play 3 and 2.
All right. It looks like he's gonna go the black market fixture. Take out the Singularity Steward here. All right. It looks like he's eyeing the Assel's Glaive here. Assel's Glaive actually had a new update recently. And I believe that Assel's Glaive no longer when you attack into it. So kind of reverted back to its original self. What do you think about that, Tyler?
Yeah, I think this is a bit more balanced. As old Yasuo Slave used to be so toxic, man, so hard to deal with. For those that don't know, this right now is the original Astos Glaive, where if the opponent attacks into it on their turn, it does nothing. So you can just attack with your creatures into it. The adjacent attacking unit effect only happens when you attack with the Astos Glaive yourself on your turn now. And that was the original Glaive. For some reason, they buffed it later on to make it way too powerful, and now they nerfed it back. And I think this is the right spot for it to be at. But it still sees play, so it means that the nerf was good, right? It's like more balanced, but still good enough to see play.
Yeah,
Especially
for
in a
sure. I
spot like this.
mean, I was wondering if the buff was even intentional to begin with, right? Like, it was just so insane against the vast majority of decks in the game.
Yeah, we were all super confused when that buff happened. We were like, wait, what just happened to Glaive? And then we all just like went out and bought a couple of Glaives. Yeah, I was guilty of buying a few because it was
All
just such an
right.
insane buff.
Oh my gosh, only one card here for Wong. That's not what you're gonna see. is not even going to contest this glaive on the board, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is devastating, and and like playing another unit here is actually worse, right? So you don't want to play this gunslinger here.
Yeah, it's hard because it's worse against the cleave on the board, but then it's better against Triumph of the Lost. So
yeah. Oh, and he has the Triumph of the Lost in his hand, which would cast Wong and Triumph, right?
yeah, that's absurd.
I don't see how. I hate calling games early, but I don't see how Naeus comes back from that. That just seems devastating.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the matchup can get grindy, but you really do still need to be contesting the board as Naeus, right?
Yes,
Like
it needs to be grindy,
sending
but the
wave after
Naeus needs
wave.
to be the aggressor in the grind.
Yeah, if the becomes the aggressor, I think you got a slight problem on your hands. All right, interesting ordering here as well. It looks like okay. It looks like he wanted to potentially buff his engine whisperer and not the cleave here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay,
There was
which
like
is
actually an
interesting.
interesting decision on the Wong there to pick Treasure Scheming or just pick another Triumph of the Lost.
Yep.
I because like I'm usually very greedy, so I was like kind of eyeing on the Triumph. I was like, oh man, we can do it again, dude. We can get another Triumph for our opponent. But I don't mind the Treasure Screaming pick. I guess he can even cast it right away this turn, so that makes a lot more sense.
All right, treacherous scheming coming down. Let's see what he gets. I imagine he's going to grab either the magnet or the second treacherous scheming here. What do you like, Tyler?
Yeah, it's either the Magna or the Triumph, right? But if you pick the Magna, you deny opponent a very powerful card, and you get +1 card yourself. So I like that pick. I think he's also saying the opponent's Triumph here is not that scary, right? Like he has tools to deal with it. So I think that's fine. And I think it's pretty smooth. I mean, am I allowed to do that as a caster? That's it, like just calling games
Sure,
like that.
why not?
It comes from like years of card game knowledge, you know. Like it's let's just say it's looking really rough for the Nays, and the Nays need to draw really. I wouldn't say 0% chance, no, but they need to draw really well and pilot this so well to get out of this pinch. I honestly don't know how.
Yeah, so walk me through the possible best situation here that may
Well, so
possibly get Ganera back into this.
So the thing is, like, Neas doesn't have AoE type of removal, right? And there's so many key targets on the board here that we have to deal with. There's the Essos Glaive that just deals with a whole board. There's the Steward that just keeps growing. And there's even like the Engine Whisperer and the Harv that makes our opponent's spell cheaper. We just simply can't deal with all of these cards on the board.
Okay.
All right. So if there's any world where there's a chance, I guess this is the best way. Like, the opponent's Essos Glaive doesn't kill his his board anymore. I forgot about that for a second.
True,
He
true.
gets a pretty good trade here.
Okay.
So not a bad board, right, for the Naeus. But again, as Naeus, you want to be the aggressor. You can't afford to be the one defending here. You defend, you spend a lot of resources defending, and then the Shroud will just end up with way more resources than you. So it's like both the tempo matchup, but also like you're gonna run out of resources eventually against the Shroud.
All right. What is it?
You know,
What is
I
Lazy
like. I
Dictator
think
like
if you,
here? Mhm.
I think if you go into the mindset of the players here, I think Lazy Dictator knows that he's like very favored, so he's just trying to not make a misplay, right? Just make the best plays possible. Ganera is in it for like a miracle game. He's like, well, you know, like it can't hurt to play it out. obviously you don't concede at this point, but he knows that this is a big mountain to climb here, especially after seeing this on its steward. Let's make a prediction. That's it. In how many turns does
Okay.
this game end? Do you think?
Maybe 3 turns, I think. Just because he's at 25, he could probably survive a little bit. But yeah, it seems like Lazy Dictator has everything he needs. He's got the board. He has Neve's Dominion in case things get out of hand, which is going to be really, really difficult for Ganera. He also has Neve coming down very soon, so he's kind of got everything. It looks quite locked up to me as
All
well.
right, I think Anera concedes after next turn.
Okay.
He plays his one turn, then he sees Lazy Dictator's turn, and then I think it's over.
Hmm.
So you said 3 turns, I said 1.
Okay, yeah, let's see here.
Because what do you do here, right? You bank your hammer, and then you have 1 play, which is Triumph. What is in your waist? Not much. You could do Synchro. Okay, so that's
All
this
right,
whole turn.
Synchronicity coming down. Yeah.
It's this whole turn to play a Honored Steward on 7 energy to develop a 4/4.
A little bit expensive. All right, Lazy Dictator's got access to 8 mana this turn after his bank. Baron coming down. Tabula Rusa. Let's see what it copies here.
Oh,
I
what
believe
5
it's
drop
an
do we have in
Adira,
the
isn't
bank?
it?
Yeah. Oh, Adira, yeah. That's insane actually.
Ganera does have one more Triumph in his deck, I believe. That is going to be the best hit. Picks up a Synchronicity really good
Oh,
as well.
that's
Synchronicity on
insane.
Adira is going to let him go again.
Oh my god. The double-edged sword, like laying Synchro and getting it stolen by Adira.
Yeah, that's not good.
So my prediction was that Ganera would concede after this next turn, right? Do you think he will?
Yep. I mean, it's a high stakes tournament. I think you just play it out. Maybe you wear down your opponent a little bit. But yeah.
Is he dead on board even? Wait, 6. He's dead on board.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Wow.
All right, Lazy Dictator is going to take the very first match here, and his Shroud is going to get through. All right. So what does
Yeah,
Lazy
I mean,
Dictator
as
have left here?
expected, Shroud is just one of those top tier decks that we just expect to get through. We expect Kathy to get banned, and like I said, I think it just boils down to the third deck. Whatever third deck you pick, can you manage to get that one through? In this case, we already see game 1, Neas struggling a bit. I don't know. Let me see what they have left. What does Lazy Dictator have left now? So he had the normal Ogden core deck, the non-uni left. And so he just needs to get that through against Ganera's either Niam or Neas. So I think that the Niam can deal with that deck pretty comfortably, usually.
Okay.
Neve, I mean. So then I think it boils down to the Workshop versus Neas matchup. And honestly, in that matchup, I don't know. If Neas goes first, they can definitely like get a win there. So I think it's gonna depend on that mostly. It's gonna be Ogden core versus Neas, whether Neas can be on the play again or not, and then it's gonna be a close match.
That Ogden deck does run AOP, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so they do have board wipes against the Neas deck. But
they
yeah.
do. I do find that in theory, it's or in practice, it's so hard to pull off
Yep.
Like you need a creature that can die, right? And then you so like you never make it to 8 energy, so you have to go Heartlink Pilot into Upcycle Technology, which is 6 energy in total.
Yep.
And have an anti-organic pulse in your bank to do the full clear. And then even after that, usually Naeus can refill as well. So I feel like in that matchup, if Naeus is on the play, it's still very hard for the Ogden, and they just have to do a lot of things to clear everything. But I mean, if on the other side, if Uni goes first and they just draw, I mean, do they run Target Painter, the whole Target Painter stuff actually?
I
Or
don't
different
believe
build?
so.
Yeah. So it's
Remember.
Target Painter into Avara Interrogator
Oh, they do.
into.
Okay.
But does it have the 0-4? What's the name again? Let's see.
The gun barrage.
Gun Barge. Do they have the Gun Barge? No. So it's a non-Gun Barge build. So I guess it's Painter into 2-drop into Defense Turret in this build, which is also still really good to clear stuff, but obviously not as good as Gun Barge. So I do think that this build is going to struggle a bit more against Naeus, and I think it's going to boil down to that matchup.
Yeah, Tyler, as you mentioned, one of the weird things in that matchup as well is that, well, just for the Ogden Court deck, is that it's a multi-piece combo. It's a 3-piece combo, and the 3-piece combo doesn't even technically win you the game. So, yeah, really awkward thing to make work here. Yeah, Naeus versus Ogden Court. Tyler, if you were playing in the tournament, what do you think you would be bringing as the third deck?
I think I would have been leaning towards Naeus myself as well. I would have just accepted my fate that we were going to be flipping some coins, hoping that we just get some matches where we queue it into the red deck and go first. Because I think from my personal experience, it just felt like even though it's kind of coin flippy, it still has a very high power level. Like the baseline power level of the deck is just still really strong because it's so consistent in just playing out stuff and just hitting your opponent in the face. Whereas other decks, like this Ogden Core, like one, you need to pilot it super well, which is of course these players when they bring it, they're confident they can. But two, you also need to draw often like so specific combination of cards for it to be really good. So I feel like it's way more polarized in like sometimes when you low roll the deck is horrible. Sometimes when you high roll the deck is like amazing because like the draws are so weird with all the combos. I think all the third decks are kind of valid picks because it's just so close in power levels. That again, because we don't have like stats website, it's a lot of personal preference as well when it comes to these third deck picks.
And I think not only personal preference, it's just there's not enough like tournament information or experience to really know what the best third deck is.
It's just so fresh. The meta is just so fresh, and no one knows, right? So it's so cool to see such a huge variety of decks, honestly, in these tournaments.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, it's still sort of like the same top decks we've seen for a long time. Like we haven't really seen Gafar or like ADHQ or something.
On the draw, let's see. What do you think? What do you think about the chances?
Usually I'm out, Tyler.
And we see a quite good hand for a Lazy Dictator here on Ogden.
Yeah, he's got everything. I imagine he's going to go ahead and bank the drone printer here. That's probably not going to be played for quite a while.
Yeah.
And probably, I would probably just play the Hardlink Pilot. Like, there's no real punish for it, I don't think.
Yeah, so I think he's deciding between drone printer or turret, but we definitely bank the drone printer, right? Like, so we go pilot on 1. We have the gunslinger for turn 2, and turn 3, we want to play the backpack. Yeah. What's the full name of that card? That's a backpack.
That is going to be Energy Support Bay, I believe.
Yes, Energy Support Bay. Man, that used to be one of my favorite cards. There was a meta where I
Yeah.
loved this deck. And just like making tons of 1/1 tokens and then buffing them with your memento. Such an
Yeah.
insane deck. I hope that comes back in meta someday.
I think both this deck and that deck are not only difficult to play, but they're so hard to play against.
It's
Like
so hard. There's so
they're
many things
yeah,
you have
there's
to think
just
about.
yeah, there's just so many things, and depending on their draw, they're oftentimes like playing a different deck. All right, Lazy Dictator. He's got a lot of options here. What do you like, Tyler? Out of two
Yeah, I
drops.
mean, banking is the hardest part in parallel, man. Like it's, when you start a turn, you just see opponent roping, and you're like, well, yeah, they're thinking about their bank. Um, ooh, Gunslinger Bank. That's a spicy one. I did not expect
Wow.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, he likes his other cards.
That's a very interesting bank. I personally would have wanted to just get the Gunslinger down, right? In a
Yeah.
world where we have two creatures thinking, we can play the Energy Portal Bay on our Hardlink Pilot, and then guarantee that once the aftermath happens, that we get to transfer the upgrade over to another unit. I guess I'm being a donkey because you can just put it on a token that you generate. I forgot about that.
That's true.
So that's not that necessary, but I still think like it's worth considering just getting the creature on the board though.
Yeah, I think getting the unit down is quite valuable as well. Just as the point defense turret is not that good against Naeus.
Yeah, they don't play up any spells, so you essentially end up spending 3 energy to deal 2 damage once. Maybe you get another proc when they play Triumph, but it's not that good. So
Yeah.
interesting to see how that's gonna pan out, if that's gonna be punishing later on.
All right, Magna being drawn here for Ganera. So before this Magna was drawn, it looked pretty good playing out the Cunning Scythian together with the Belarusi Striker. You might still go with it though. I don't think I don't think Magna's very good here.
Yeah, I think it's not even close. I think the only play here is 2 drop, 1 drop, 0 drop. Just go really wide. Because you also want to prepare for you want to have a whiteboard so that your Master Poisoner can do some work, right? Because next turn he's gonna end up having to face the Paragon token unit, the workshop unit. So usually they'll go for a 3/6 defender, which is like so hard to deal with. So having a whiteboard here is pretty important.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Ganera. I mean, the portable energy base super annoying. Oh, looks like he's going in for an attack. So that Harley probably does have defender. So chooses. But he does need to attack to get the buff. Wow, that's a menacing board here, Tyler.
It's a pretty good board. So how does the Augur card deal with this?
I mean, a workshop token's coming down. You got the cleave coming down as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous splash, Astro's Glaive would be so good in this spot. It just destroys the
Yeah.
whole board. But now, in theory, they can just attack into it.
Yeah, that is strange.
It's not like turret plus 1 drop is better here, right? So I think the only play is Astro's Glaive.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, turret is essentially just a 3-mana PSA launcher, I think, for the most part.
So I guess it's just a matter of what you bank here, right? And again,
wow, that's interesting as well. Okay.
yeah, he just really
that
likes
must
this
have been
turret.
pretty
So
good.
I'm gonna be interested to see how keeping this turret is gonna. Oh, so he decides to go for the turret.
All right, looks like he's just gonna try to clear up as many things as possible here.
I actually like this play, man. The more I think about it, we clear quite a significant amount on the board. So for the workshop unit, he's gonna deal 2, and leaving his opponent with just 3 not that big creatures. So looks like a manageable board.
Portable energy ray, man, that's a card that hasn't been around in a minute.
And this play plays a lot better around the Master Poison that we see is in the hand, right? If we had opted for a 3/6 defender, we would really be weak to Master Poisoner.
Yeah, actually, really good play, and holding on to the PSA launcher. So next turn, Lazy Dictator does have access to the Assa's Glaive as well as a PSA launcher.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Lazy Dictator nailed it on that turn. I think that was a really good play.
Yeah, for sure.
I was a little bit questioning his play at first, but it makes a lot of sense since Fastest Glaive, once again, is not that good just on an empty board.
Yeah. I mean, it's just not what it used to be.
Yeah. The shadow of his former self. All right, looks like Master Poison going to be in the bank here. He's going to float 1 mana, however. It's a little bit awkward.
So we get the full trades, we get the +1/1 buffs. There is still some tokens in this one drone so it can spawn 3/1/1 still. How useful is that gonna be? I guess it's still pretty annoying for Nays to deal with, but it's looking like the Nays is starting to get a bit of a board here. Ooh, Master
Yeah, for sure.
Poisoner.
So I think at this point, at some points, I mean, maybe not even at some point that Lazy Dictator will need an AOP. I mean, it's still a pretty good turn. I think with Assa's Glaive coming down here, I guess the Assa's Glaive can be cleared off pretty easily now.
I mean, not that easily. Not that easily. So I assume there's going to be 2 trades here, and we have 5 on board versus an Assa's Glaive that has 6 health. So there needs to be something extra.
Yeah, luckily for Canary, he does have access to that Mercenary Gunslinger.
And it's also the fact that when we trade them into the Assa's Glaive, we don't get to keep them alive, right? So you have to sack them so we don't get any buffs. So it's looking like quite even so far. I can't tell who's winning just yet. I mean, I still think the Naeus has an edge here because they have a lot more cards. They still have a lot of refill.
Yeah, looks like he's deciding here between possibly. I mean, he has a lot of options actually. He could go Wong. He could go Domina together with Mercenary Gunslinger, clear off the Glaive. He could also go Ancient Subjugate together with the Cunning Scipion.
I like this play though. I feel like you just have to jam the Wong here. I feel like with the other plays, you're kind of keeping up, right? But you're not doing the proactive play to get ahead on the board. And if you don't Wong this turn, I also feel like you never have time to Wong in the following turns.
Yeah, I feel like it was quite risky though. I mean, in the case that Wong didn't buff one of the 2 other units, then that Cleave would be sticking on the board.
Yeah,
the other 2 plays guaranteed it, right?
It's one of those situations where you're kind of like doing a calculated risk, right? So it's like 66% chance to be in a really good spot here. Like if he hits the buff, 33% to, well, yeah, kind of be in a bad spot. But I think you take those chances here.
All right, Memento of the Fallen coming down. It's gonna be able to clear off this board with ease.
Oh, that's a huge.
He's gonna have to trade off all of his units, though. I think.
Ooh, that's super awkward. Yeah, so the Argon is actually running out of cards. The Argon needs to top deck Wong or something very soon because.
Yeah, what are the options for card advantage does Lazy Dictator have?
So it's mostly Wong, right? And we banked the drone printer. I guess that was like one of the options.
And then I guess there's an MTAV. Sorry, not MTAV. The Tetsu, Mobile Fortress Tetsu.
Wait, does that draw?
You can sacrifice. Is it only upgrades, or can you sacrifice a relic as well?
Yeah, I guess you have to sacrifice something to get 1 draw. It's not that great in this spot where there's no card.
There.
And I guess there's the logistic support cruiser that he just drew. But yeah, it kind of looks like the Naves is just out grinding him in this spot.
Yeah, that's
But he's
crazy.
just running out of cards.
I mean, he does have this huge Alvaro on the board.
It
which
is
does not
huge.
look like it can be cleared at the moment.
It is huge, and there is a workshop unit coming up as well. So still a lot of pressure to deal with. I wonder what's inside this though. Do you know?
Well, let's see what he builds. It looks like he builds a Hearth. There's a Wong in there, a Magnus, and a Valrusi Standard Bearer. So, Valrusi Standard Bearer together with Magnum might be fine. I guess he can also go this line here.
Yeah,
So
just
go
go
as wide
super
as
wide.
possible versus one big unit.
Yeah.
Also, looks like only the token can die to the Juggernaut token as well. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff here, Tyler.
Yeah, I think the Naves is looking to be in a really good spot here, man.
Yeah, really, really good.
We are getting into AOP territory though, so if
Yeah.
Ogren can just survive a bit longer.
Yeah, the thing is that Lazy Dictator did bank an AOP earlier.
Ooh, so only has one
if he
left in
wants
the deck.
access, yeah, so if he wants access to that, he's gonna have to draw a upcycled technology as well, which is also gonna be kind of awkward as well because even if you put on the logistic support cruiser, it's not gonna have a defender. So and also he wouldn't be able to bank anyway. So yeah.
So wow, this is a horrible draw.
Yep. That is probably the lowest value card in the deck, unfortunately.
So that's the thing with the deck, right? Like, you need to do
It's
so
awkward.
much, and then you when you're out of cards, you need to you need to draw your Wong. It's like, and you get into these spots where it's like, well, what now?
Yeah, like the deck feels really good against Spellcathy, I think, but then like when you're banning Spellcathy, it's somewhat of an awkward bring as well. It's like the point defense turrets don't really do much against most other decks outside of Shroud, but even Shroud can play around it.
Yeah. So at this point, what would you do? As yeah, so I guess you don't need to bank the Slinger because the LCS already banked the card for you, so you already get the extra draw. Which allows you to. Does it even allow you to clear something extra? I guess he can now trade Alvaro, shoot the 3/2 at the turret, and then make a defender. Yeah, so
Sure.
I like not banking the Slinger here.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. I mean, as long as Lazy Dictator can keep this this Memento of the Fallen around, it should be pretty decent. Can Ganera clear everything?
Oh wait, what did he shoot with his turret?
He shot the whatever's on the left side. It was so it was Cunning Scipion and the Standard Bear, right?
I would have liked just making a defender much more here and just turreting the other.
I mean, I guess he could be a little bit worried about Master Poisoner as well. It's like terrible, but I'm not sure he's in a spot to play around anything. Interesting that we're not using the Indictus here as well. So let's see what Ganera has as plan for this turn. Cunning Scipion coming down. Tabula Rasa, see what's copying. Oh, he does have the Master Poisoner in here. All right. So
Oh,
that's gonna be
okay.
a much cleaner clear. So I mean, I guess he was kind of screwed either way with the defender or the 2-5.
Yo, hold up. Is this Sesmir gonna put in some work though?
I mean, there's also a Master Poisoner on the other side, right? So
Wait, but it has Battlecry deal 4, right? So
oh,
he
that's
deals
right. It can take out
4
the
to the
Master Poisoner.
Poisoner.
Okay.
So he can potentially high roll some random spawns here. What are the
So
spawns?
we do know that Canera has access to Triumph of Europa, so that's to be able to bring back Master Poisoner, which is pretty clean as well.
Oh yeah, yep. So it's gonna be pretty easy clear.
Yeah, looks like at this point, Lazy Dictator is gonna have to draw his other copy of AOP. He doesn't even have a small unit to potentially have upcycle technology as a play either. And he really wishes that he had that drone printer now, but I think
Yeah.
he did have to bank that earlier though. Like,
I mean, it's also
I
like
think he had to do, but yeah.
Drone Print is kind of a slow card to play, right? Like, yeah,
Yep.
he does need the card draw, but then he would have also been losing way more on board. It's not that easy of a card to play, but yeah, I wish there was a way for the Argon card to draw faster to get close to that AOP faster.
Yeah, a lot of these lists used to run Ocular Implant, right? Is Lazy Dictator still running those?
That's
I
a good
imagine he is,
question.
since he's running the Mobile Fortress Tetsu, right? So I think he
Oh,
definitely
we're
has some.
all yeah. He's run 0 ocular implants, so that's why we don't
Okay,
have
that's
card
actually
draw. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that just makes the deck so inconsistent. We just run out of cards, as you see here, and I imagine this happens very often. So now that I think more about it, well, I don't want to call it too soon, but if Neas takes this game and we go into Neve versus Argon, I feel like Neve is very favored because I don't think the Argon list is just that consistent and doesn't have enough value to deal with everything.
Yeah, that's
It
kind of
has
the weird thing about
two.
Parallel, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say that's the weird thing about Parallel, that even the aggressive decks have a lot of value, right? Like a lot of staying power. So if you can't keep up with card advantage in most matchups, it's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the nature of the game right now. It's just the aggressive decks are just so good, so powerful. Like we have aggressive decks that have tons of card draw, and then we have defensive decks that don't have that good card draw and try and keep up. So it's a really weird dynamic.
All right, so buffs coming down for Ancient Subjugate. Interesting to see him not go for the trap for the loss. I wonder what he's thinking about that. Maybe he's trying to play around in AOP or something. I'm not sure if that seems better. Oh, a fleet came down. All right, well, that's pretty awkward here. Okay, so does he choose to clear off this 4/4? I think probably not. I would probably just buff Ancient Subjugate or something. Get out of range. Yeah, I think so. And then just go face, get the buffs.
What is this?
He's got 1
4/4 on the board?
second. All right, let's see the attack here. Does the thing have defender actually?
Wait,
Tyler?
sorry, what are you saying?
Yeah, does that thing have defender? Oh, it does have defender. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to read what that card does as well. Never seen it. Is that a new card? Is that Aftermath that somehow got into the game?
I believe so. It was in the patch with Miasma.
I see.
Yeah, that's so funny. I do hope that we get to see some of these cards more. All right.
Yeah, I'm sure some of these cards will be playable in the future with Aftermath.
Yeah, I hope so. All right. Well, Lazy Dictator got some really good ones off of Sesmir. not only did the defender prevent the attacks there and the buffs, but he also got the cleave. How did the cleave get the attack? Oh, it was the memento.
Yeah,
All
it had
right.
memento on it.
All right. Well, there seems to be a sliver of hope here for Lazy Dictator.
Yeah, so you can actually get the assembly unit down. Ooh, that's a pretty good overclock.
Right.
Which fastens the clock of his Paragon by turn. So now he also gets a Paragon workshop unit. I mean, it's still a very large board to deal with here.
Oh, that thing had retaliate on it. All right. Okay, so it looks like I assume a 2-5 is going to come down, take out the 5-2. Then it's just a little bit too large, unfortunately. But yeah, he's got a lot of stuff to deal with. Synchronicity coming from hand for Canera. Still is trying to lost. I think this might be the turn to try to get your Master Poison back. Otherwise, the trades are going to be a little bit difficult.
I mean, is
I
there
don't
a
think
way
it's
to do
something
good
like-
trades with the Indictus?
Yeah, if you can like chain the buffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you play Indictus in the middle somewhere. The thing is that 2 of the units on Lazy Dictator's side have odd toughness defense.
I mean, the trades are still insane, right?
Yeah, they're still pretty good. Huh? Domina Bank is also pretty good too. Actually, you can Domina Bank the Kalare, get another 1/1, and that's gonna have charge as well. Sorry, battle ready.
Yeah. Oh, I even forgot about all the drones that were still popping out. That's pretty awkward.
Yeah. I think the drones are. I guess the drones are not fine since there's a memento on the board. So, Ganera has to pick his poison here. If he wants to clear off the Astral Glaive, then he's going to have to put the memento of the Fallen.
I think he's in a spot where he actually ignore the glaive here.
Yeah, Ganera having a really hard turn. Looks like he's almost running out of time here. 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and the last one goes face.
All right, we got there. So
Wow,
still
is this
pretty
glaive
awkward here.
normal?
Yeah, look at this cleave. This thing's ridiculous. What's happening here? Oh, okay, so he's gonna be playing this into the M tab. He's gonna take that out. Yeah, so there's no way.
What
to
even
not
happened
take
this
it
game?
in.
Let's see. I thought the Neas was winning so easily.
Yep.
And I guess he went Sesmir into getting a decent unit, into a glaive sticking with a memento, and somehow the Ogden just got the entire board back.
Yeah, Tyler. I mean, we were talking about before. I think like on the Sesame turn, Master Poisoner would have been so good, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm being results oriented here, but just giving Lazy Dictator some sizable vehicles. I think Astral Glaive was probably the worst of them for him. But yeah, ended up punishing him. He has 6 cards in deck here, Tyler.
Oh wait, did he get the Essos Glaive from Sesmir that turn? I completely
Yeah,
missed
he got
that.
it from Sesame.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, that's what happened. I was tapped out for a second. I was like, hey, there's a glaive on the board. Didn't even realize it came from the Sesmir. Well, yeah.
Oh man. The man who once had it all. In era, running out of cards in hand, or running out of cards in deck, running out of cards on board. Tattoo being drawn here from the Dictator. Right, looks like he's gonna try to high roll some sort of upgrade here. I don't know what he can get here, Tyler.
up Psychotech now. There's that doesn't work in Neas.
Does it not?
No, because it says a banked organ call card.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I was a little bit skeptical of this Memento the Fallen Tyler. Lazy Dictator held on to that over some other cards after it bounced back to his hand, and it's doing a lot of work here.
Well, it looks like Lazy Dictator just running away with this game, huh? Also, just the Memento not being able to be dealt with, just transferring over and over again here. It's just so devastating for the Neas. And I feel like this is that turning point, this breaking point where actually the Neas is running out of cards, right? He turned it around. Yeah.
All right. It
Wow.
looks like it's going to be a clean Theo sweep for Lazy Dictator over Neas.
Bro, I was so wrong. I thought Neas was winning so hard.
I know. It didn't even look close, to be honest. It was
I
like
was so
Lazy
wrong,
Dictator doing
man.
Mercenary Gunslinger. He had banked an AOP. He has no cards in hand. And, you know, like one of those cards was Memento without a board. And again, Ganera has a really, really strong board. And all it took was one Sespear and a Dream.
Sespear MVP, man. Holy moly. Oh, I can't curse on stream,
That's
so
crazy.
holy moly.
All right. Oh my gosh. That's
So
crazy.
I'm actually watching the stream in delay right now on that exact turn, and I see the Sesmir come down. And I actually want to analyze that exact turn, what happened, because like, how did it snowball the other way, the other direction so hard from there? It was the
was
turn
really
where
cool.
Ganera had a Triumph of the Lost to potentially get back the Master Poisoner, the play that you wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
And he did not do it. What did he end up doing that turn?
He ended up
Oh,
just
there
making
was
a
no
one-
Master Poisoner in his waist. Wait, why not?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There was no Master Poisoner in Ganera's waist. Why not?
I mean, there was,
Um,
right? Like, the Sesmir took it out, right?
But was it a
Or
Master?
did that already come back from another Triumph?
So I think that was the Master Poisoner that already came back from the Triumph.
Ah.
So when it died, it did not go back to the waist.
Okay.
And
Oh my
he
God.
did have a Tabula in the waist and a Master Poisoner in the bank, but he could not make
You're
his
right.
energy in a way for him to get Master Poisoner back.
Yeah, so the Tabula was in the bank. Sorry, the Master Poisoner was in the bank.
Yeah, there was
So
one
it was
in the
actually a
bank.
Tabula that died, not a Master Poisoner.
Ah, yes.
Okay, that explains everything. Oh my gosh.
Wow,
what a
that's
tricky game.
devastating. So because he didn't have access to Master Poisoner, he couldn't deal with this, and the high roll on the other side actually carried
That's
by
crazy.
getting the Assault's Glaive. Wow.
In the midst of it so over, he found within himself a we're so back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick break here, and we're going to be handing it off to Ali Straza and Free Skip Scout, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First-place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game. Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the YGG East qualifier for the YGG Play Summit Showdown in Manila next month. We've got the top 8 of this tournament this weekend going to Manila. They'll get Parallel League points as well as a guaranteed $3,000, which is pretty sweet. Scout, how you feeling? How'd you feel about that Ganera Lazy Dictator match?
Hey, Ali. Yeah, amazing to be here again. So, yeah, thank you for the casting team for bringing me. Good game, really interesting games. I thought it was weird for Ganera because, like, I think in both games he was on the draw, right? So with like Aeneas, you want to be going first. He was going second, and I think like it was really good from Lazy Dictator in the first game where the Void Trapper that basically copied the half and then kind of allowed him to kind of come back in the game by then killing the half and then having his own half. If he hadn't have done that, I think that Ganera could have probably locked him out of that game against Neve, because like if you have like Aeneas opponent and then they've got like half and the half's just getting bigger and bigger, it's an absolute pain to deal with. And I also think like in the second game, it was really weird because like in the second game, as Tyler pointed out, it looked for a long time like, okay, Ganera's got this, like Algoncore, so Lazy Dictators basically run out of cards. Just go for it, just go for it. But it just seemed like he was playing a little bit tentative, and rather than being quite aggressive, which is what you need to be with Aeneas, he was almost just trying to focus on the board, which you kind of have to do still against Algoncore. But yeah, it was interesting because I thought that I didn't realize Lazy Dictator did not have any ocular implants in his deck, and I think it really showed that not being having any card draw could have cost him, but in the end it didn't, and that Sesmir really kind of turned things around. So good games. Unfortunate for Ganera that he lost that one, but of course there's more rounds to play, and yeah, we got round 6, haven't we? So looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. The next round, as Scout said, is round 6, and we're going to have Bright Avian versus Comfortable. So that should be a pretty exciting match. Brighty's been absolutely smashing the league, and one of the top point earners, and we've seen him so many times do incredible. And it'll be exciting to see some games from Comfortable as well.
Yeah, both players that you've probably faced on the ladder as of high. And they're tough, aren't they? They're really tough.
It's funny. Prior to the start of this tournament, Scout, you and I had a match. But the game before you, I actually played Brighty, and he absolutely smashed me. So, yeah. He was getting some practice games in. I was playing Earth, and it didn't go super well. But anyway, we'll see. Why don't we take a look at the recap of round 5? That way we can sort of, see what's up, see where everyone's
see where
landing.
the standings are. Yeah. Cool. All right. So there was that game, wasn't there, between Lazy Dictator and Ganera, and Lazy Dictator won that 2-0. You see Zarathustra there. Obviously the first ever parallel major champ. With a 2-0 against Very Fat Cat. Now, Very Fat Cat came in to this day's kind of play with a 4-0 record. He's just lost. So, but it's still plenty of games to play. What else do we see here, Ali?
Still looking pretty strong though. Let's see. We got Malston took down Brighty actually. I guess the previous round. Okay, all right. I think Brighty might have been. Have a perfect record as well. So let's see what wound up happening here. Both banned Catherine. That's to be expected, right? And looks like whoa, is that a Gafar? Is that a Gafar before my eyes right there from Malston?
It is. Yeah, that's
Good
impressive.
Lord, I wish I had seen that match.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Like, you love to see it, don't you, as well? Because Gafar, I feel like, is one of those paragons in the game that's like quite held in esteem. And especially if you've read the comics, he's like a really cool character in the comics too. So it's really nice to see Gafar coming to tournaments and winning, because it's a paragon I think a lot of people that play want to see do well. So really good to see. Yeah, Gafar certainly got his time in the most recent comic. For those of you that read it, he was pretty cool. Really?
But I also saw Jason Florent brought Gafar as well. Is he making a comeback? Like, maybe the Merciless Bulwark is helping out there, because I do think that new card is pretty good and it could combo well with Gafar. But I think I'll still need to be proven to see his power level for sure.
You know what though, as well, like I think you're right. Maybe there's a couple of people that are thinking with the latest kind of nerf to Uni, people were running like the Miasmancer to combat like the Uni decks, right? And now you don't really see Uni, so you don't really see a lot of Miasmancers, so that kind of leaves the door open to play more Gafar, so that then there's not Miasmancers to cancel the Pacifist. So maybe that's coming into it as well, Ali. But I like it. I like to see it. You know, like I want to see more Gafar because it's cool. I don't want to see it against me because it's a freaking nightmare. I want to see more Gafar in play, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Fino is at 4-1 as well, which is pretty good. I know Tyler's pulling for Fino there. Yeah. I'm curious, Scout. Speaking of Tyler, he said something in the pre-show here about Shroud. Do you completely agree? He said New Dawn. I know you're a big New Dawn player, and he was like, I think New Dawn is a terrible bring. Do you stand by this? I'm curious.
Well, you know, like it's so difficult to almost dispute the man, because like his record speaks for itself, doesn't it, Tyler? And he knows the game like the back of his hand. I thought it was really interesting that he talked about Brand versus New Dawn, because I actually agree. Like a lot of people do consider that in that matchup, New Dawn has the advantage, but I actually agree with Tyler. I think it is more 50-50 now. I think people have started to clock on how to play against like another Shroud, especially with Brand. And you do need to be aggressive, like really early on, as Tyler said. But I think in terms of what he said about New Dawn, no, I don't think so necessarily. I've got to stick with my boy Evan. I've got to stick with New Dawn and back him up. So still think New Dawn is a good play. to bring. Yeah, as you saw
You're-
earlier today before we went
Yes,
before we went live.
you're a loyal guy. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a look at Bright Avian's decks here.
Okay.
Chose to go with Neve. All right, like
Hmm.
I said, it's a pretty interesting pick between the three. And Bright decided that Neve was the best for him. So, do you notice anything interesting here out of the ordinary?
Well, I see that he's running the saboteurs for the relic removal rather than like a collateral damage, which I think is a little bit interesting because obviously, like collateral damage means it's an effect, so you can potentially get another really cool thing on the board when Neve comes onto the board. So that's an interesting one. Also, we saw in the previous decks that were running like Neve 2, that the power instructor, people seem to be fixated now on having 2 power instructors rather than 1, as Tyler pointed out. So we see that again. And then we see a sacred siphoner in here as well, which, again, you don't really see too often. But I think in the last tournament, we were talking about the sacred siphoner, how there's maybe a couple of opportunities to bring it in, and that was one of them. So good deck. Not really anything too out of the ordinary. You just got to play that really well. And this is Bright Avian's Naius deck. So talk us through this one, Ali.
I love to see 2 synchronicities personally. It's one of my favorite cards, so love to see that. And again, I guess it's the trend now is just to have the one of Indictus, and it's quite good. I mean, the +2 attack is pretty reasonable value, as we saw in the previous match with all the little tokens that get popped out. Looks like there's only one Master Poisoner, 1 Hammer, and then I would say that the rest of it is looking pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah, you've got the Convergent Centurus in there, you've got the Indictus in there. So yeah, you've got like basically all the Cathari units which can make the board go wide, and you've got all the universal units in there which can basically just disrupt and be a big pain, friction barrier for the opponent. So yeah, another tough deck. Again, I think for this deck to work really well, you need to be aggressive and you need to ideally be on the play. But yeah, good deck overall. It is a bit of a pain, but yeah, it should do well. And
there's also
this
a
isn't my favorite.
Meritus in there too. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got the Kathy. Okay, we've got a Fire Everything. That seems to be like kind of a flex. I've gone over a few of the Kathy lists, and not everybody seems to run that. What do you think of Fire Everything?
I love it. I absolutely love that card. Yeah, I love the design of it. I love the function of it. And I love seeing that more people are using it. So love that card. I don't love this deck. A lot of people know that. I hate the burn deck. But we probably won't see it, though, because it will probably be banned. That's the shame here. So we probably won't see Fire Everything, actually. But you never know. Yeah, good deck, though. Standard deck, but good.
Yeah, I also like the repurposed hardware as well. It's just like a nice tool set to have. Marco really has so many tools. They've got card draw, they've got burn, they've got AoE. They can be aggressive with really good 1-drop minions. Like, there's not much that Marcolian does not have access to. So it is definitely a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah. They almost have too much, like I really hope that in Aftermath, they've got everything, like if you look at it, they literally have everything. So yeah, they're sport for choice with what they can do. And I think it shows because a lot of the top players do play it on the ladder, and yeah, it's just a very top deck. Ooh, okay. Ali, we got Brand. What's your opinion on Brand? Talk us through this deck as well.
Oh gosh, I like Brand. I mean, I think there's a reason that Tyler. I mean, a lot of people, Lambie, I feel like they definitely flock to Brand, so it must be good. Even though I probably am partial to New Dawn or Neve. Deck looks good though. We've got 2 trusty belts in there, which is obviously great when you're running Brand, especially. Does actually opt for 3 demolecularizes, which sometimes we only see 2 in a Brand deck, so that's interesting as well. Couple of unseen allies. I know that it was really popular to run 3 for a while there, but it looks like maybe he's deciding on 2. Only 1 saboteur, that's fine. And I love to see a Salvation. Salvation's just a super fun card. So do you notice anything else worth mentioning?
No, I mean, you've pretty much covered it all. The one thing I wanted to say is, Salvation as well. It's a card which I've I'm increasingly loving more and more. I picked up one myself about 3 weeks ago, and I've been playing it. It's in all my decks. Fantastic card. Baron's in here as well. I'm a bit on the fence with the Baron at the moment. You saw earlier how the Baron.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, every time I play the Baron, I just feel like after the nerf, the effects that he copies just don't seem to be as great. That's just my opinion. You saw it earlier, Ali, didn't you? He artillery volleyed.
Yeah.
when we were playing against each other. It was really annoying.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, so Baron, he's in here, but we'll see what the Baron can do for comfortable in the game. And then this is his, this actually looks like another burn deck, and it is. We've got fire everything in there, repurpose hardware. So all the standard tools, the powerful tools, but standard that you'd expect in this as well. 2 fleet supports as well is cool. The problem with this deck, again, we probably won't see it, but the big problem with this deck, if you're going up against it, is you need to try and deal with the the artillery spotters and the bannerman. If you can deal with those, you have a chance. But the rally cries bringing in the artillery spotters is an absolute menace. But will we see it actually, Ali? Probably not. No, probably going to be banned again.
I can't imagine that they'd let the Kathy through on both sides here.
No.
It's too good. I know it's sort of the conundrum, right? It's like the best deck, you obviously bring it, but you wind up never really playing it.
No.
All right.
No.
Now, let's see. Now moving on to Comfortable's Naeus deck. Let's see. Looks pretty similar to what we've seen thus far. Only 1 synchronicity in this one.
Just 1. That's interesting. Because, I mean, usually 2 is pretty standard, but just going for 1, okay. Because that's so powerful, isn't it, synchronicity, as we've seen in some of these tournaments. So, yeah, I think I'll be interested to see whether that works in Comfortable's favor or not, because I think going for 2 there is good. You know, like Cathari does not have many ways to remove. Synchronicity is a nice way to remove against, for example, Shroud, because you can use the Honored Steward to then remove the Honored Steward, and it goes into nowhere. So really interesting. Other than that, I mean, Magnus is in there. We've got pretty much everything you'd expect. There's a Master Poisoner in there. There's no hammer, from what I can see. No, there's no hammer in there.
No, there is at the very bottom. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out the difference there. Like if he only had 1 synchronicity, what's different about the other one? But it all looks, pretty darn similar. It seems like Naeus has been the most popular pick for the 3rd deck. Would you agree with that? I think we've seen.
Yeah, I think
Naeus
so.
the most.
I think we're seeing that. Yeah, I mean, also it's interesting that we're seeing some Algoncore as well coming in. But like, I think Naeus definitely seems to be the 3rd pick. It'd be nice if we saw, like, say, Earthen. That's why I like that we're seeing like Gafar, right? Really cool. I'd love to see like an Asia. And funny enough, I was looking at the deck list before we got going, and somebody did bring an Asia. So yeah, I would love to know how they're getting on in the tournament with that, because I've come across that on the ladder a few times, and with Asia, it's almost like a race to get to 0, isn't it? Because like if you allow them to waste their deck, they're going to get the Iterant, which comes out, and it probably just 1 hit kills you. So yeah, but in terms of the decks we just saw there, really good builds. I think everyone who's like playing like Bright Avian Comfortable, they know exactly how to build these decks, and they know exactly how to play them. I think the key here will be like whether they get the cards that they need at the right moments, and whether they basically make the right decisions at the right moments. But yeah, good decks overall, I think. Really good.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. Brighty is a great Naeus player. Like he's rocked Naeus for a long time, so it'll be cool to see him pilot it here. But yeah, it looks like we're about to get started into the game. So
cool.
Prediction. Well, no, I suppose we just shouldn't necessarily do predictions, but I think we can probably assume that we won't see any Kathy here whatsoever. Yeah.
I think that's probably the safe prediction.
Would. Yeah, for sure. I would feel it, or like seeing some Earthen would be cool, but the downside is that like Shroud, we agreed, is like definitely a bring in this, and if you
Yeah.
have to ban Kathy, then your
Yeah.
Earthen is then forced to take down a Shroud, which obviously isn't great. So
Yeah, it's not.
I think for the people that did bring Earthen, I commend you.
Yeah,
but
big time.
you know,
Brave and bold.
Yeah,
I love
for
it.
sure.
We love to see that. We've seen it in previous tournaments, haven't we? Where you remember before, like no one was really playing like Algan core with the kind of like with the not with the turrets, but like they weren't really playing like the Algan core, the Sequinox Algan core, if we can call it that. And when Sequinox came in on one of the tournaments and started repping it, then everyone was like, okay, let's look at Algan core. And I think, was it Bright Avian as well that was starting to push the Naeus Universal? Was that Avian there? I think it was, right? And then after, was it him?
I mean, Perp's pretty famous for the Universal Naeus.
Yeah.
But Brady might have played it as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But like, I remember like we weren't really seeing that. And then people brought it to the tournaments. And then all of a sudden, like we then start to see it. So that's why I love like coming to these tournaments and seeing the off meta decks, right? They're completely different ones, because you then start to think, oh, like, has somebody thought of a really interesting way in the game that we've got where most of the combinations have been figured out, right? So that's why everyone's really waiting for Aftermath. Okay, as predicted, Kathy is out. She does not get a look in at this tournament, especially in this game. So yeah, no surprises there, right?
Yep, no surprises. I'm quite curious to see how the Brand Neve match would go down here. But who do you think is favored in that scenario between those two?
What, between Brand and Neve?
Yeah.
I think I would probably favor Brand personally, just with the demos. I think it also just really depends on how aggressive you are, and like whether you can get those demos when you need them. Ooh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, let's see. So we got comfortable on the Naeus going first. You always love to see that as a Naeus player. And it doesn't look like Bright Avian has a life siphon in the hand for that striker. So,
No.
gosh, sometimes the little 2/2 can just absolutely get out of hand. And then you're forced to use, an erasure or something on a 1-drop, and it feels absolutely terrible.
It feels horrible, doesn't it? Like when you're using your erasers, it's like, oh no, like, this is one of my best removals. I'm using it on like a 1 cost, like which is like a 3/3 or 2/2 or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
this is almost one of the reasons why in my Shroud decks, for example, I tend to try and add in PS8s as well, because if you just rely on the siphons where you can only have 3 copies, if you don't get them, then it just makes like removing, say, a Valerusi striker on the first turn that much more painful. And now it's already a 3/3. Next turn it will be a 4/4. So yeah, a little bit tricky. I like as well actually that the interrogator's already come down. That's quite a nice play there from Comfortable, and he's got good cards. Look at this. The Scanner Probe comes down now. He can take a pick if he wants. Oh, okay. He could take a Triumph here.
Seems pretty darn good to me.
Well, sorry, not take a Triumph, but like he could swap. He swapped. He got the Void Trapper. I like that. What did he swap out, Ali? I missed that. Do you remember what he swapped out?
I think I missed it. I mean, the Void Trapper came down. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, he got the Void Trapper and then he banked it.
Yeah.
So maybe he has a plan to bring it back with a Tabular, or I don't know, he just thought, I've got a card here that's no good. I'll take away one of his best cards and then just bank it basically, so he can't even scheme it back. Look at this board for Comfortable. It's getting big, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting big, but we see that Bright Avian does have the Neve's Dominion in the hand, which is definitely, I mean, you probably always want to try and ramp with the LSC on 3 anyway, but particularly if you need the mana to be able to get a good Dominion off the next turn. So let's see, next turn it'll be able to do 4 damage to the board. So that's
Yeah.
pretty reasonable. It won't completely clear the Alvaro, but maybe we see a trade. So yeah, I mean, I think that, for a long time, Neve into Naeus, because of the Dominion, made it a pretty darn good matchup, right? I mean, there's not much AoE in the game, and Dominion is some of the one of the best tools to take down these early boards. The nerf did hit it, of course, but it's still pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it was mental, wasn't it? That it was great, but when you also think about it, it was kind of crazy that it was like a 0 cost, so you could just really start to clear things nice and early, and stop the ramp that's basically happening with Naeus. He didn't decide to swap there, and I think that's right, because he's got synchronicity, which is super powerful. Was he going to use that on maybe the scanner probe?
Yeah, I was wondering here.
To copy that? Oh, he's gone for another Alvaro. Makes sense, I guess, right? Because this is an absolute pain for Shroud. You can almost burn the Shroud here with the Alvaros on the board. The real problem here for Bright Avian, right? Maybe you've spotted it, is, okay, he's just drawn one now. He didn't really have any removal apart from the Dominion. He didn't have an Erasure. He didn't have a Siphon. And look, he's now just drawn those kind of removals that he probably needed a little bit earlier. So yeah, he's going to need to Dominion, isn't he? Because if he doesn't, this is going to get out of control.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, this is a great Dominion. I mean, you're taking what, 10 damage here, but
yeah, well,
I suppose
actually.
with the actually, oh gosh,
Yeah.
that's 16.
16.
That's quite scary, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'd be sweating in my boots a little bit if I was Bright Avian. Let's see. Oh, that's down to 2.
Yeah,
which makes it tough, because it's like just a Domina, top deck could get you. There is, wait, hang on, was the the Sacred Siphoner, was that in the Neve or the Brand deck?
I think it was in both. No, was it not in both? It should be in both. Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
I'd be looking for that as much as possible. Ooh, okay. Oh gosh.
Yeah, he needs. I think he's. Yeah, I mean, this is good. He needs to remove that, and he's got the Siphon, luckily, to remove the Striker. But this is going to be really hard, because one of the problems with using the Dominion, right, and you know it all too well, Ali, is that sure, you can clear the board, you take an absolute ton of damage, but then in these Neve decks that we see, in order for the Neve deck to kind of really work, you need to have a lot of the powerful effects and powerful units, but it doesn't really leave a lot of space for any heals. And so when you take that damage, there's not really a way to kind of get you back up on the health, right? So he's basically on the ropes here, isn't he? He's on the ropes, and as you say, like a top deck of a Domina is going to end him. So yeah, how long is this going to last, Ali? How long do you think we got?
Here's the thing. Sometimes they don't draw it. I mean, let's see. What are the outs here? There's obviously Hammer. We said Domina. I mean, there's definitely a few things that could get him.
There's that Void Trapper.
R.I.P. to the Malia giving the heal. That was a sad day for us. Shroud players. But look, there's the Sacred Siphoner. Ooh. Yeah. Okay.
That could save him a little bit. Delay his death. I mean, he probably needs to play it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
No,
wait,
he's not.
what? I am.
Why?
Kind of surprised by that.
He's dead? No? Why did he do that?
I don't know.
What are we missing here, Ali?
I'm not sure, Scout. I mean, if you'd played the Siphoner, you could have probably killed off the Centurus, developed the 1-drop, and then just hope and prayed, that it didn't get cleared, and then that would have, probably put some pressure on. I'm trying to think of what was stealing a card is not worth the price of death, right? So
no,
I don't know.
I mean, this is okay, but the problem is he's dead on the next turn, right? Because those 2 1/1s will kill him.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, what I thought he could have done there was he could have maybe played the Sacred Siphoner, used the Honored Steward, to try and kill one of the units on the board, and then his Siphoner would have basically soaked up a lot of the damage from the other cards. But I don't know, what am I missing there, Ali? I felt like the Sacred Siphoner had to be the last thing, the last gasp, didn't it? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see that. And, we could have considered maybe he was looking for something with the treacherous scheming, but you'd have to pay the life, and you were at 2 to get anything there. So I think it might have just been a blunder, and, sometimes that happens. But I'd be curious to know what the logic was there. It was probably going to be an uphill battle either way at 2 health. But sometimes, they just don't get the cards that they need. And, certainly Bright Avian had a decent amount of card advantage. So perhaps he could have gotten there. But oh well, on to the next. I'd
tell you what was interesting though as well is that, like, we were talking about the Sacred Siphoner, I think, at the last tournament, and how the Sacred Siphoner can basically save your death. It can delay your death basically by like a turn, and it might be just that extra turn that allows you to get something which can turn things around. So I feel like the card was in there for that specific reason, where it's like, okay, I'm about to die, I need a defender. There's only one defender really that Shroud has. I've got to play it, and then if I still die, I still die. But yeah, unless we're missing something there, I felt like that was maybe the play, just to kind of see if he could get something to still cling on. But maybe he just felt as well like the writing was on the wall, and that it was just a matter of time. And could he steal something, just to kind of do something different? I don't know, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, good game though.
Maybe he felt like it was over, and he just wanted to see what was in the hand, just for curiosity's sake. It was like, if I'm gonna go out, I might as well just look at the hand, perhaps. But yeah, I like the Siphoner as well. Also because sometimes it's nice with the Honored Steward just to like quickly get the thing out of the singularity that you just banished. So that's always nice. But yeah, Shroud is in a bit of like a weird. It as a control class, you'd think that you'd have more defenders as options, but you don't. And there's really not much AoE either. No. I mean, obviously Demo and Dominion.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I felt since I've come into the game that Shroud as a control deck is not really a proper control deck. It kind of tries to be, but it doesn't really have the tools to really control things. And you kind of see it when you go up against like say Uni Workshop. Like, that's much more of a control deck than Shroud is. Like, and they will control Shroud in many ways. So I really think, and I really hope, that Aftermath will make give Shroud more cards to kind of try and control better. But you're right, it's in a bit of a weird spot where it's kind of not really super aggro, it's not really super control. It kind of is not great in, it's not super amazing in both, but it tries to be both, right? So here we go again, next game.
I mean, the truth is, Scout, if Shroud gets too many control tools, it will be unbeatable. So, I mean, if they get all the taunts and health and AoE, I really think that, it will be very difficult to take down Shroud. So I also want to see some more tools for the class, but hopefully if we get, it can be balanced, right? Hopefully we get to see, all the classes get some good stuff. All right, well, we get to see that match, the Brand versus the Neve. So I'm pretty curious.
Shroud on Shroud
pans out here.
Yeah, I hate to see Shroud violence.
Action.
Yeah, we don't want to see Shroud on Shroud violence. Like, it's not what you want to see, but we're seeing it. And look at this opening kind of hand here. Wow, at the bottom, 2 Void Trappers. So he's opted to kind of redraw 1, keep 1 with the Singularity Steward, keeping an Honored Steward as well. I think is oh no, he's redrawing it. He's going for 2. Okay, so Bright Avian went for 2 Void Trappers, 1 Singularity Steward, which I think was pretty good because he's on the play. He wants to be nice and aggressive, and having those Void Trappers is kind of a pain. So opting to bank 1 though, I think. Interesting. Would you have banked 1, Ali?
I don't think I don't think I would. Just, I mean, you can, well, I was going to say, like, you could probably find the other Power Instructor because there's 2. And I think, like, the early game, like, you don't have I guess your turn 3 could be Erasure, right? But I feel like those
Yeah.
Void Trappers are just absolutely nuts at getting you value, and especially if you're going first, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would have maybe considered just dropping another Void Trapper on turn 3 if you don't have a good target for the banish, right? But
You know,
sure.
yeah. I mean, you know what? Like, the Void Trapper is literally the best 2-cost. To the opponent, because like, right, I need to try and get this off the board because it will start stealing all my best cards. And what was really interesting there is that like he had the option to redraw it, so that he could maybe draw it later, right, and then use it. But when he kept it, I thought, right, he's gonna try and go aggressive here. Then he banked it, and it's really one of the best cards when you're going first. So yeah, interesting play. But this is good actually. Now this is a pain for Bright Avian, because what we can see here is that Lord Half has basically locked out his Erasure for 1 turn for Bright Avian.
Yeah, well, never punished because we got another one.
Well,
but
we got another
you can
one.
see
There we
here
go.
how, like, you can see how, you know, if you weren't able to banish on your turn 3, or you you didn't have a good target, it would be nice to keep up the tempo. But
Yeah,
as fate would have it, he got another one, so all is well.
It was all part of the plan, wasn't it, for Bright Avian? He was like, I'm just going to bank it because I know that I'm going to get another one. It's just, I can foresee it. You know, he's kind of used the Shroud abilities to kind of foresee it. So he's in a good spot here, actually, Bright Avian, with the 2 Void Trappers. But of course, for comfortable, he does have a lot of removal in his hand, which is going to be a great way for him to, first of all, remove the Singularity Steward, which buffs his own, and then he can actually also remove, is he going to do it? He's going to do it. He's going to give him 2 Singularity Stewards because he applied the Trusty Belt. Okay. Interesting. And he's basically killed his own steward. Oh. Okay. Would you have done that? Is that good play for you, do you think, Ali?
I mean, there was the mana to also Erasure, right? So you could have erasured one and then taken a value trade, and kept it alive, I think. I might have opted for that instead, unless he feels like he really wants the Erasure in hand for another threat or something, but I think that was possible. That's a scary board.
Yeah. I don't think I would have given my opponent like 3 Singularity Stewards. Okay, so the scheming here is interesting because at the energy that we're at, he's almost going to have to surely take the Triumph. He takes the Erasure. Okay, fine. So he can't erase and then buff. Oh, this is what I mean about the Baron. This is what I mean about this guy. Like, what is his problem right now? Like, what is he going through? Because
I am right there with you. Like, the frustrating thing, the conundrum, is that he's too good not to play because of his stats, right? Like, he's a 2-mana 2/4. Like, you can't not play that. But then he does this on you, you know? And you're just like, are you going through some hard times, Baron? Like, it's okay to find some help. Like,
I mean, to be fair, luckily for him, that because the Singularity Stewards weren't developed, it's actually killed most of them. So it kind of worked for him, but obviously it means that he's going to lose his Baron and his half. So it was interesting. It worked, but it kind of didn't. This has been some really like back and forth early turns, isn't it, so far?
This is a funny game because you were like, I don't know if I would have given my opponent 3 Singularity Stewards, but obviously Comfortable saw the future as well and knew that he was going to get spores from Baron. So he was like, it's fine, you know?
And here we go. The big man comes down. Brand is down. And it's always one of those heart in your mouth moments when you play Brand against another Shroudy, because you think, right, please don't have an honored steward, and at least let me get some kind of value out of the Brand, whether it be 4 damage to you, to the opponent directly, or at least destroying something on your board, so I can start to get more corruptive visions in the Singularity. And at the moment, the good thing for Comfortable is that his opponent, Bright Avian, does not have an honored steward. What? Okay, so we're going for the shard.
I probably kind of get going for the shard, because at this point I feel like, yeah, I guess maybe race to get your Neve off or something. Like, it's a bit weird. Obviously Brand would just, banish the salvation. That doesn't feel good. And then, the triumph was a bit awkward too. So
yeah, probably makes sense. I mean, the salvation also was a bit of a non-use, because there were no non-legendary cards to copy, right? It was just the Baron and the half. So you would have played the salvation, not got a unit out of it, and then, as you say, it would have just got one tapped by Brand. So it was a bit of an awkward one, wasn't it, really, for Bright Avian? Because he doesn't have an honest steward, he doesn't have an erasure. That he's looking now to say, okay, what has he got? What's he played? How many copies has he got left? And like he doesn't have anything on the board. And what is a problem here is that he doesn't even have a Dominion to try and remove this now, which would be great for him, because if he top draws a Dominion, his problem is solved. And also, as well, to be fair, it would stop the okay, he gets an erasure. It's damage invitation at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, that works. And there is also enough energy to cast a triumph as well if he wants to. So I suppose you'd probably do that first, because the steward was the last one that was played, and then you could banish the Brand, but opts not to play it. Interesting. Okay.
Maybe he plays it now, though. Yeah, I think he plays it now, and then he gets a steward and then an erasure, right? Was it the erasure that was played last? Oh, it was spores, more spores. Okay, that's good.
There we go.
That's actually pretty good.
There we go.
Yeah, that's really good. Wow,
that's why he didn't play it first. Okay.
Yeah, that's really saved him as well, isn't it? Because like, if that board was remaining, it would have taken him probably to around 10 there, and then he would have been, really in trouble. But kind of getting these down, that's brilliant. That's really good.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's got to be Bright Avian's game, right? I mean, I believe that he can bring down the Neve next turn. I suppose you always have to respect a demolecularize, but I don't know. I suppose there's not that many cards, but at some point, like, when do you decide I'm just gonna throw out my Neve, and if they have it, they have it. Do you want to do it right away or try to bait it out? I suppose it probably depends on the situation.
Yeah. Also, as well, like, I think Bright Avian, he's played a couple of effects. I want to see his waste again. When he goes back into his waste, I want to see how many effects he's played, because that's also one of the things you've got to consider, isn't it? It's like, well, my opponent maybe doesn't have a great board, so I could put like Neve down, get a really good board going. But if you haven't really played many effects, then it kind of feels like you're not getting enough value out of the Neve. So, like, I don't think maybe he will do it, because at the moment, it's probably a good opportunity to do it whilst, comfortable. Doesn't have many cards in his hand. He doesn't really have anything on the board. And what is on the board is probably going to be cleared soon from the spores. I like that he played the Salvation. So he got like a corrupted, Singularity Steward, which is really good. And I think he's going to play it. And then that sets him up nicely for the next turn, where he can then use basically the erasure, which will...
I think, I like this play is actually really, really sweet. Like, he can do everything in the hand if he plays the Logistic Support Cruiser first here.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
Yeah, that's decent.
Look at that play. That's a spicy play right there. Like, this, I think, I suppose there's two removals in the hand, but this almost could have baited out a demo if he winds up drawing one.
Has Comfortable actually drawn any demos at all so far? Did he draw one and bank one early on? I wasn't really tracking it. Did he? Yeah.
Yeah. We saw one banked. Yep. I think this is working out really well for Bright Avian. It's like he got to put a really powerful board down without having to pop his Neve and get more spells in the pool. So I think this is looking pretty good for him.
What are you reckoning here, Ali? Do you reckon next turn Bright Avian goes for the Neve? Or, I mean, he's got nothing really in his hand, is he, of use? Like, the Whisperer is not really that great at this point in the game.
I suppose suppose you could go for it. I mean, if the board wasn't answered, then I would just probably keep the pressure of this board and not lay it down. But we see that there's an erasure and a steward, so I think we might see it come down next turn.
Okay, so here's the honor steward. Yeah, which is going to remove that. Pretty good.
Yep. Let's see here. Saboteur not looking too useful right now.
These are I mean, he could kill. Yeah, I was going to say he could kill the LSC to see what card he gets and then make a decision from that, which I think maybe he does. Right? Yeah. He's just deciding which one he slams it into. Great. And then he's got scheming.
Ooh. That's. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think he's gonna go for it? Drop it? Drop it like it's hot?
Look at the board. I mean, I think he has to, because like if he doesn't have a removal for the things on the board here. So if he doesn't remove one of them, he'll be down to 2 health. So I think he has to at this point. I think he has an option.
Yeah. It looks like he's considering it though. I mean, it seems like he absolutely has to, right? But oh man. I mean, maybe he's thinking that he could find something in the hand with the scheming, but
is he?
We see that. Oh, wow.
Is he potentially thinking here that if I? No, he's gone for it. He's gone for it.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. He's a proper Shroud player, unlike us. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see what we get here. All right. So far, this is okay, but it's not amazing. Ideally, what we'd like to get here would be like a Malia.
Oh.
A Malia would be amazing, right? And also maybe an Adira. Ooh. Okay, he gets a Miriel. Ooh, that could be good. What's he going to destroy here?
Gosh. What would be a good thing to pull out? I mean, if you kill a 4, you'd get Adira, but I don't think there's a 4 on the board.
No. He gets an honor steward. That's brilliant. Wow, that's brilliant. He can remove that. It will not come back at all. It was a token unit. That was lovely. Okay, it's still going on. We get an LSC that comes in as well. Okay, I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, is it still going? There's a Saboteur as well.
A Saboteur.
Okay.
Well, then it just comes down to if Comfortable can find a demolecularize or not, but it's one card, so I'm going to say that the chances are not super high.
Imagine if he gets it, honestly. Imagine if he top decks a demo here now.
Oh,
that'd be insane. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way. What the hell?
Wow.
Commentator's curse. Wow, in a good way. That's insane. That is unbelievable. That is the one card he needed. If he didn't get that, it's curtains for Comfortable. Wow. Top deck of the tournament. You love to see it.
Dang.
Love to see it. That is incredible.
That is definitely the top deck of the tournament. That was insane. And the crazy thing is that like all of those cards go into the singularity. So there's probably another unseen allies around, but I think that just ends it, right? I mean, I can't imagine that Neve gets an. I mean, maybe. I suppose there's still 13 cards left for Brighty. I suppose there are some things like maybe an Adira could steal something, but good lord, you and I both reacted so much to that. It was crazy.
Oh my God. I mean, like, this is what tournament play is all about, where you see 2 top players going for it, and you think, okay, this guy is on the brink of death. He needs like a miracle, and he got it. He got the card he needed. Incredible. And you know what you said, Ali, is that where does it go here now for Bright Avian? He's obviously having to try and scheme. He can scheme the Spectre Attack Craft here, which would be great, and he can then play it, which will help him to draw more cards. But basically, when it comes down to Neve, it's all about just trying to win with Neve, isn't it? And then if it doesn't go like that, you're then like, well, you almost missed the money shot. What do we do now? Just can we try and find some? Oh, wow.
Oh, brutal. absolutely brutal. Like, demolecularize into Adira. Comfortable
Wow.
is the king of top decks. Let me see
Yeah.
that. Wow.
Yeah. The top deck god
Wow, decides to just go for the
gets the
Sure.
gets the honor steward.
Yeah.
I like it. It's going to remove it, bring his singularity steward back. Gets buffed. I think might as well commit as well with the Spectre attack craft, so that he doesn't have anything in his hand to be schemed. Oh, he banks it. Okay. Oh, he had to bank. He gets another demo. just for insurance purposes, in case he needs it.
Backup demo. Oh man, this is gonna be kind of rough here. But I suppose, I mean, I don't know. I guess anything could happen. It's Shroud, right?
Yeah.
But
This is almost classic Shroud, where you're basically running your cards right the way down. You're running through your whole deck, aren't you? And it's then a matter of who can outlast the other one. Love these games. Oh, I mean, he had to do that, but that does not feel great, where you have to demo one card. I don't know whether we needed to do that.
Yeah, do you? I was gonna say, do you need to do that? Because I mean, you're at 20.
Yeah.
But I suppose if you don't, then maybe they don't commit anything more. But maybe you get a single target removal.
Would you have done that,
sure.
Ali? Would you have demoed that
Oh.
one? Steward?
I think I probably would have held it, but I'm not saying that that's correct. Like I don't know. I think I would have been greedy, but you know, sometimes greed gets punished.
Maybe what he was thinking there is that if he doesn't use it and then he schemes me, then I don't have another way to remove, like remove, because he banked one and played one, and then so he's probably thinking I don't want to get schemed for it. But that's a great point, Scout. Like at this point, when it's just card for card, you can't waste the resource, right? So I think that's probably where his mind was at. It's a very good point. Oh, look at this here. He's going to do a lot of damage though. From the Malia here.
Actually, yeah, that's probably a pretty significant amount, right? I don't know. Did we see an early Dominion as well, in addition to one later in the game? Good lord, is
this gonna kill him?
Is this lethal?
Oh, no, takes him down to 5. Wow, what a game! I wasn't keeping track of like the damage that he's been doing with the Dominion, so I was like, wow, how much damage has he done? It's really good. It's brought him back in it, isn't it?
Okay, well, Triumph is a pretty interesting top deck. What's the last spell or effect that was played on Bright Avian's side?
Good point. We'll see. We'll find out now, I guess, right? It was the Dominion. It was the Dominion. Oh, that's not super great.
That's kind of
That'll take him down to 1. Take him down to 1, but then he's going to use the Malia here.
There's no unit to target.
Yeah. I don't think he's got enough here to kill. It will take him probably close, but I don't think it will kill him, will it? Yeah, it
unless
takes him
there
down
was a
to 4.
corrupted unit. No. Oh my gosh, this has been a crazy game.
Wow. This is our first game that we're casting, and if it's not actually, is it, to be fair, because we saw one before, but this is our first kind of round of games. Incredible.
You know what, Scout, you and I are Shroudies, and we've never casted together before, so I would say the first Shroud mirror that we've ever casted together, this is a pretty hype one. I'll say that.
It's setting the standard, isn't it? It's setting the level. I mean, if they're not like this now for going forward, then I'm going to be like mad disappointed. I want my money back if they're not like this, right? They're both on 1. Are you kidding me?
What?
Right, so has Comfortable's already played his Adira, right? But Bright Avian hasn't. Am I right in that, or am I wrong?
I think you're right, because didn't Bright Avian Power Instructor and wound up taking the Malia instead of going for an Adira, so maybe it's still in there. So maybe if it is 1 out of 50% here to top deck it. I mean, the truth is for whatever reason, if Adira isn't there, then I mean,
there it is.
There it is.
There it is. as we
Wow.
were saying, wow, this game is mental.
Oh my god.
This game is mental. What an
That was
amazing
so
game.
hype.
That was
Oh my
amazing.
God.
Incredible.
I
We
can't
were saying,
believe
we were like,
that Brighty won that after the demo on that board. Like, madness. Absolute
what the hell?
madness.
Insane. And we were even saying, like, has he drawn the Adira? Because we don't remember seeing it. And then we're like, well, he's got 2 cards left in his deck.
Yep.
One of these probably is an Adira. And then boom, the next card is the Adira. He needed that to win. Oh my god. Ali, I'm nearly having a heart attack here. What have we just witnessed?
Like I
What
said, I
have we
think that was
witnessed?
particularly special for you and I because we love Shroud so much. But that
Yeah.
was absolutely insane because it seemed like, you know, when the Neve came down, it was like, all right, I mean, good luck getting the top deck. Actually
Yeah.
gets the demo, and then it was like, oh, you know, comfortable for sure now has this. How is he possibly going to come back? And the triumph with the Malia was weird. Like there were just so many
Yeah.
things in that game. Both, you don't often see a game where both players end the game at 1 health. Like I
No,
hardly ever
no.
see that. You know?
No. Even for Shroud, that goes like the distance usually, Shroud versus Shroud. You never really see Shroud versus Shroud go 1 health versus 1 health. And what was really cool about that game is that we were like, okay, Bright Avian has this, right? Because he basically used his Neve at the right moment. His opponent had pretty much nothing on the board and pretty much nothing in his hand. I mean, like, Comfortable had, I think, like 2 cards in his hand when the Neve was played. And we're like, well, what's he going to... He has to rely on a demo, otherwise he's dead, and the game goes to Bright Avian. The card he gets was a demo. He uses it, and then you think, wow, okay, the pendulum has shifted. Now it's got to be Comfortable, because usually, as we say, that is the end game for like Neve players. Once they get that Neve done, it's like game over. You're going to probably win, right? And in that situation, he probably could have and should have, but it was the demo that turned it, and you thought, okay, it's his, and then all of a sudden, things are turning around again. Just what an amazing game for us to be part of. So yeah, incredible. And where does that put us on the score? I'm so like, honestly, my mind is so blasted from that. Yeah.
I
Where does that put us on the
believe
score?
that Bright Avian lost the first match, right? When he was on the Shroud. And so I believe that it's 1-1
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Maybe we can
Which
get
makes it
confirmation on
more
that.
exciting. Yeah, we should.
Yeah, it is.
Let me
It's
double
1-1.
check. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh
Cool.
man, I know. I'm trying to remember the early part of that game, but there was too
can't.
much
Yeah.
excitement in the end that I'm blacking out.
I mean,
no,
I
that was
remember,
very good.
I think I remember, unless I'm thinking this wrong, didn't he have, no, was this the other game? What was the game? Honestly, my mind is all over the place from like how crazy it was. What was the game where he banked 2 Void Trappers? Was it in this game or the game before?
I think it was this game. Yeah,
Wait.
it was, because this was also the one with the virulent spores that came
Yes.
out, right?
Yeah, that's right. So early
Yeah.
on, yeah, he had the Baron and he had Lord Half, and he was like, okay, I'm going to now play an effect. And then the effect, because opposite, there were like the 3 Singularity Stewards, weren't there? And we were saying, oh my God, like he basically traded his units to give him like 3 Singularity Stewards. And we're like, would you do that? I don't think I would have done that. And then all of a sudden, the next turn, it kind of turned out because the Baron, even though he shot him in the foot by triggering spores, it was actually the perfect like spell. It was literally the perfect effect for him there with the 3 Singularity Stewards. Because if that hadn't have happened, then the next turn, Bright Avian already had like an erasure in his hand ready to erase something and then buff the 3 Singularity Stewards. So insane, absolutely insane. God, how can we, how can the next game better that? That's almost like a final game, wasn't it? It's incredible.
It certainly
Dear
was.
me.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
really good point though, Scout. Like I think that if Baron didn't get some AoE there, that could have been a much shorter game with those 3 Singularity Stewards on the board. Maybe an artillery volley could have worked as well. I don't know if there was a unit of high enough attack, but there needed to be some AoE. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And wow. Thank goodness. See, Baron gave us an amazing game.
There we go.
So
I might have to put him back in my deck now after seeing that. He might have he might have convinced me that there's still some value there.
Yeah.
Right.
Ugh,
Layers versus
poor-
Brand. Ali, what we saying here? Who's winning this one? The decider.
Well, it looks like Naeus is going second, so not ideal. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like if Shroud winds up getting life siphons and stuff, like
Yeah.
I think the Shroud can win this.
Yeah.
But also Naeus could absolutely run away with it. So maybe Naeus would be favored the majority of the time, but I think it could go either way.
Oh, look at what Comfortable's got in his hand. That's a really decent start because he can play, of course, the Engine Whisperer turn 1, and then it's going to make the Erasures a cost of 2. He's also got the Baron as well. There we go. There's the Baron turning up for more fun. Does he bank him? Is he thinking about banking him?
I think you need to play a 2-drop next turn. You better not. That's what I'm saying.
You better not bank the Baron. Otherwise, there'll be repercussions.
Yep. I will actually hang on a second. No. We've got the Engine Whisperer, so you can always erase your turn too. So I suppose it's a fair consideration. But I would prefer to develop the unit if given the option. Or at least giving yourself the option of developing if there isn't a good erasure target, right? So
yeah, I agree. So he might need to use an erasure if he doesn't get a siphon here because he obviously needs to. Oh wow, another Engine Whisperer. That's really good. Yeah, here we go. Oh, did he bank that?
Looks like he.
No, he's considering it.
Hasn't banked yet.
No, you know what? Like I'd be banking the Baron here now. Because like 2 removals.
Really?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, that being said, like he's banked the Baron. I feel like the removal is valued way more against this opponent early on because if they just start getting a big board and you don't like he doesn't have any more removal other than that other erasure. He's now just drawn something which he can't really use early on. He can't allow this board to start growing. And even though the Baron would be quite good to play. Because then you could play Baron and 1 erasure. I just felt like the Baron for me was less value.
Hear me out. We just bank the Engine Whisperer and we just play the Baron, and then we erasure the Striker the next turn, and we still have the other erasure in the hand. Like, I don't know. That
would have been good play.
I might have just considered developing the 2.
Yeah. To be honest with you, you're right. I think if you had that in your hand and you drew another Engine Whisperer, the Engine Whisperer probably would have been the much better card to bank because it's less value. And then like the next turn, you can play like say the Baron or whatever. So yeah, interesting. Like Bright Avian needs to start getting a board going here. And I think he's going to try it now. He does have a PSA. He could probably use that to remove one of the Engine Whisperers, which it looks like he's going to do. Yeah, good. I like it. He definitely needs to start developing a board because it's been a bit of a slow start for him. It's like turn 3 now, and he still doesn't really have a board, which for Naeus, you kind of need to be at that position where the board's already getting wide. So I like it. It's good. And, not great options really for Comfortable. He's got a steward that he can't develop. He's got a demo, which is great, but he can't use now. So he's going for the scheming. Surely he's got to take the Wong. Oh, really? Okay.
I kind of get it. I get it. It allows him to kill the cunning Scipion here. It was
true.
Like counterintuitive, right? You wouldn't think it, but I suppose, and gosh, tossing that demolecularize is mildly painful, but no, I think just stopping the early pressure as much as possible kind of makes sense. You know that you can drop your brand next turn, which should do a lot. So yeah, I think it kind of worked.
Yeah, it did. You're right, actually. I mean, that was the big threat on the board, wasn't it? The Scipion. If you allow it to survive a turn, you get another unit that comes on. So I also get it too. I'm just looking at his hand, though. I'm a bit worried for Comfortable that he's going to start running out of cards soon. And that's going to be an issue. Because, like, one of the reasons I was thinking about the Wong there is that I feel like he needs to find another removal. He has now drawn one, which is great for him, the board clear. But he obviously has to bank something here, and he can't really bank the board clear because he's going to need it soon.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not... I'm a little stressed, but not that stressed. I mean, I think you can bank the Steward and just get the Brand down, and Brand's your removal for a little while, and then if you've got a few 4/4s, that can certainly help you for a long time. So I'm not saying that comfortable is like out of this by any means at all. Anytime you see the Brand get developed, like there's not that much pressure on the board. It's looking pretty solid.
Is comfortable in a comfortable position? We have to we have to say that. Is he in an uncomfortable position right now?
I think he's in a moderate position. I think he's got enough on the board to probably survive till Molecular Rise. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I wouldn't say comfortable. I think he's chilling, but
comfortable by name, not in nature at the moment. Yeah, I feel like his game really depends on getting a decent unit next, because it is probably going to look like he's going to have to board clear. I think his brand needs to give him some value now, which I think it will. So maybe he doesn't need to board clear as quickly if he can just get the Brand going, because that's also one of the things that's a little bit awkward, right? Is that when you play the Brand and then you start to hit things with Brand, which is going to kill them in one hit, because it can basically one tap them and kill them, then you almost don't want a demo, because then all that hard work to get the Corrupted Visions going is not going to be for anything, because then you just basically board wipe them. So yeah, let's see what happens here. He takes out the Indictus, he gets another Corrupted Vision, and then he just has a Gunslinger, which can't actually do anything, but he has a Siphon, which could remove the token. What's he considering here?
It's a little awkward because you'd love to get the Spectre Craft developed, but if you do that, you're banking the Siphon, and then the 4/4 just gets a trade on the Spectre Craft. So it's I mean, unless you preemptively trade your Gunslinger into the Wong, so at least it trades. Not the biggest fan of that. No, I mean the other option is just bank. You'd probably just bank the 3 and then siphon the 3 too. Perhaps, like, I don't know, take the power off the board if you can. Yeah,
I feel like you need to. You can't really allow it to develop anymore. It's really not a nice one though, is it? Because the Spectre Attack Craft is amazing. He does actually get a really cool draw there with the Dira. But if we look at Avian's hand, you can see he's constantly looking at his bank. I think he has a Hammer in the bank there, as well as the Maritus as well, which is really cool. He's got 2 Triumphs in his hand. We haven't at the moment seen a Triumph being played. Is he thinking about at least doing it now? Because maybe he can.
I guess so.
Does he have a sling? Does he have any? Well, maybe he gets a Slinger in his waist. He's got one in the bank, but obviously needs one in his waist, and then he could Slinger the. He could technically Slinger the Brand, but then he's going to create a lot of Corrupted Visions, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no getting around the Corrupted Visions at this point. I mean, the waist isn't great, but maybe. Oh, that's somewhat interesting, I suppose.
Okay.
You could throw the Scanner Probe into it, and then keep your healthy Wong alive.
Yeah.
Wow, he's just gonna keep ignoring it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Wow. Well.
Yeah, you got to take it. Lovely. Really good.
So that means that the only one left is the one in the hand, right? Because we saw a demo get banked earlier, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Let's see. Well, there's gonna be some 4/4s that come out. And we'll get to see what Adira snipes.
Go on, give us another synchronicity. Oh no. Okay, well, Glaive's pretty good. Yeah, Glaive is decent.
That's pretty good because you really don't want to have to use this demo soon. because you're going to have your 4/4s on the board here. So, no, I mean, that looks fantastic to me. I mean, that's probably what, 3 at least? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think Bright Avian now is really licking his lips that he stole the demo, because with this type of board, and we know that Cathari does not have a board clear.
He banked it. He banked the demo. I mean,
Okay.
I can see it because of the confidence. Like, obviously, this board is insane. But hang on, but Brady, he wouldn't know about the steal, right, of the other demolecularized, or
No, he wouldn't. He doesn't know that the other demo in his deck has been stolen, but he's going to find out, isn't he, really soon?
Yeah.
And he's going to be demoralized. His heart's going to be broken when he realizes. I mean, it looks on the board, it looks like, you know, Comfortable has a decent spot here, but because we can see Bright Avian's hand, and we can see that on the next turn he's going to have enough energy to board clear. Well, all those corrupt divisions go. He doesn't have a lot in his hand either. Oh, I tell you, I mean, I honestly, if we go back a few more turns, I really feel like I get it. He used the Gunslinger to try and remove the Cunning Scipion. I totally get it. But the next turn, he would have had 5 energy, and he had basically nothing in his hand. I really would have probably done the Wong there, just to try and get more options to cycle through the deck more. Maybe if he'd have done that, he wouldn't have given his opponent the chance also to steal the demo, right? Because he would have already had the demo in his hand, or potentially. It's a weird one, and I think if you look at Comfortable here, he's got nothing in his hand. The demo that he will probably need is in the opponent's hand. Yeah, very difficult, I think, for him.
I think the Gunslinger play, like, I hear you. I still think it was all right, honestly. But I definitely see what you're saying. I think that the biggest thing for me, though, is just like banking that other demo like in your hand. Like, I know the board was absolutely insane, but, you know, like, crazy things can happen, and it's just like, it's the best card in the late game against Naeus, you know? But I suppose if we think back to that board with 3 corrupted visions and the glaive, like, I totally get why he was like, I've got this, you know? That's tough.
But I agree with you, Ali, though, because, like, I think if you've played against Naeus, right, long enough, you know that, okay, like, you're probably going to need to still board clear. Like, the way that the game is, there's still a lot of length in the game. The opponent has quite a big hand, and you've not really seen many triumphs being used either. You've only really seen one, right? So you're probably going to need another board clear. So to bank one is really, really confident that you've got the game. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, but yeah, let's see.
Oh, it's definitely going to come back to bite him, Scout. Like, I think,
I'm being optimistic, and you're like, nah.
I'm like, no, it's definitely going to come back to bite him. I mean, obviously, he doesn't know too about the other one that got stolen, but even at that point, I feel like, I mean, you still have a ton of cards left in your deck. I probably just wouldn't want to bank it, but we'll see what happens here. You know,
this is a really good triumph here. So uses the Magna, brings it on, kills the Void Trapper. He obviously pings as well. He can get a card. He gets the Cunning Scipion out of it as well, so he can start developing the board. All he's got in front of him is a 5/1 Corrupted Vision now, which can be tagged quite easily, and he's still got Lurt in his hand. This is the crazy thing. He still has 2 Centurises in his hand. He's just drawn a Subjugate, and he's got a Tabula Rasa, and we know that in his bank he has a Hammer. So he has basically here, Bright Avian, everything to get this game done.
It's not the best singularity you've ever seen either. You got, I mean, I guess you can role play the Cathari here and, you know, build a board, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is enough. And we already saw Adira come down, so maybe a Triumph into copying their Triumph could do some work, perhaps.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because we haven't seen that yet, have we? We haven't seen his triumph, I don't believe, for comfortable. We've seen now, I think, what, 2 triumphs for Bright Avian. And they've okay, look at that. Oh dear. Look, he's frustrated as well. You can see the way he's hovering and pinging over it. The one card he doesn't want to get at this moment necessarily is that, but at the same time, if his units survive, he can apply it and then take back the control of the board a bit.
now the question is does he pop the demo here, or can you get away with just putting the subjugate down and, you know, getting like buffs?
I think he's going to demo.
You know,
I think he's going to demo because there's basically what's that? There's like 21 damage on the board, right? It's too much.
yeah. I mean, let's see. If he had played the subjugate plus the 4, that'd be how many buffs, triggers? 1, 2, and then there was a slinger. So it probably was safer to just full clear there, and then you can because
also he can see his opponent's got 1 card in his hand. He's probably thinking, if I start to develop like my subjugate with the Centurus and everything, right, then the next turn, if he decides and the opponent just is going to ignore them, he hits him for 21 damage and takes him down to 5, and then he will have to demo anyway, so he demos his own units that he was trying to develop. So I like it. I like that he demoed then. I think it was the right time. And yeah, he just needs to now try and get, if he can, his own units going again, because like we can see that comfortable is still able to access the singularity with unseen allies. And the great thing with Brand, which I think a lot of people forget, is that when you're playing Brand, you almost need to try and destroy everything that you can, because everything you destroy will buff the other units in the singularity. So we can now see the Gunslinger that is usually a 1/1 is a 7/1. We can see that the Lord Half, which is usually like a 1/3, right? A 1/3 is now a 6/3. So really big advantage to be like bashing as much as you can any of those units that you see with units that you play on Brand.
Yeah. Sometimes you forget, like late game, that the subjugate, you know, will burn the top cards of your deck here. So with only 7 cards left, it probably makes sense. Wait a minute. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That
you don't like that one, do you, Ali? You don't like that play.
It's oh my god. Oh, okay. No, we didn't see the Triumph of Europa come down yet, but there is a Triumph of the Lost ready for it when it does come down. That is that going to cost them the game? Let's see.
What going to cost them the game?
Trade of the Domina before attacking with the rest. Oh
possibly.
My gosh.
Well, was that
demo?
Of course, yeah. Of course. Wow. Oh dear.
Comfortable did get that last demolecularized. Just
here we go.
My gosh.
We're going deeper down the rabbit hole. So the demo that he wanted, he eventually gets from copying it with a Triumph, which was amazing. He can now steal a Triumph. He can steal Centurus. Steal the Triumph. Stop him from bringing back a lot of units, especially the Domina, because the Domina got killed, and I think Bright Avian killed it. I still don't really necessarily agree with that play. I get you, because he could have played it, as you say, and then attacked with the other units, but he kind of like attacked with her and then killed her, and then the other units couldn't attack, right? So it's like, okay, bit of a mistake, I think, but he was probably then relying on, okay, I'll bring her back with Domina, but now that's out the question, because I think it was his last Triumph, wasn't it, has been stolen. So there's no more Triumphs now for Bright Avian.
I mean, look at this board, though. I mean, it's crazy because this is why you can literally never have too many demolecularizes against Naeus, because it doesn't even take that much to build a crazy, scary board here. Yeah. Oh man. And we hadn't even seen the Naeus come down yet. So, I mean, let's see. Is this gonna be lethal here.
I think this is going to be game in a minute,
Right.
especially with the synchronicity in his hand. He can copy the Centurus if he wants to, which he probably will. Oh, okay. The Erasure, which is going to get rid of the Naeus there. Good play, had to do it. So probably now it's a synchronicity on the Centurus. Or he could... He's got the hammer, isn't he? I can't... He doesn't have enough. He won't have enough leftover energy to play the hammer.
I suppose not. No, it'll just be slightly off.
Yeah.
That's
Just going to copy it. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So this is going to be game to Bright Avian because we know that basically Comfortable has no more board clears and he's all he's got is a trusty belt in his hand. Yeah, it's over, isn't it? Really. Very good game though, I have to say.
It's Jover, as Quinto would say.
Jover.
Yeah.
Oh, he drew a second trusty belt as well.
Oh,
just to rub it in for good measure.
Oh man,
really good game from Bright Avian. So it didn't cost him in the end, Ali. It did not cost him slamming the domino in there. No, but I have to say that your reaction was priceless because your gasp there. You literally you lost your breath, didn't you? You were like, "What has he done? What has he done? Criminal."
Look, we've all been there. Okay, it happens, especially in tournaments after you've been playing a lot of rounds. So, fortunately, it didn't cost him the game, but. Yeah, I mean that was a back and forth game too. Honestly,
oh my God.
It wasn't super straightforward. And especially after Comfortable wound up getting the demolecularize off of his Triumph, I thought maybe he would have had a shot. But basically, just the Striker, the Centurus, and then dropping the Naeus, you wound up building a massive board. So basically. You can never have too many demos against Naeuses, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And also, I think your point that you made when we were watching that is that he banked the other demo. And it's like, when you have played Shroud enough against Naeus and Kafari in general, unless it's the first turn, and probably if it was you, because I know, Ali, you love your demos, you hold on to them forever, that you would not give them away, right? It's for me, if I turn one, if I have or in my opening hand, I have a demo, I'm probably going to bank it, even though I know I need it because I'm probably going to need other stuff early on. But at the time where he had it, it was almost like he could use it and he was probably going to need it again, and he banked it. And that was probably costly because, it was costly because he, in the end, needed another demo, which he didn't get. So, but overall, honestly, both really, really great competitors there in all the games. They were so fantastic. As you say, back and forth. You thought, okay, he's got it now, and then it went the other way. You're like, is there another twist to this tale? And there was another twist, and then it was like, okay, he stole the demo. Then he gets the demo from a Triumph. It's the game's had everything. So absolutely love it. And we got more games, haven't we, coming up soon? So it's gonna be great. It's just great. Yeah.
To be honest, I think that might be one of my favorite Shroud matches I've ever casted, and I've casted quite a few at this point. So that was really cool to watch. But massively exciting series, and we've got one more for the final round, round 7. Scout and I will be leaving you. Fine people though. Desi and Tyler will be coming back. But I think we'll probably head to a break before the next round here. So. We'll see you guys later. That was really exciting. And look forward to next round.
See you in a bit, guys.
Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First-place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game. Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First-place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game. Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points. Season rank.
Welcome back to the YGG Play Summit Showdown. This is the East Qualifier. This is the very, very last round of the 2-weekend series to determine who gets to qualify for the $100,000 live tournament in Manila. Once again, sponsored by YGG and AiRev. So shout out to AiRev, always the parallel hero of the community here. And Tyler, as one of the people who has qualified. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
forward
so
to it?
hyped for Manila, man. Not just for the tournament. I was gonna go regardless whether I qualify or not,
Okay.
right? I was gonna go there and and just hang out and maybe cast some games. But I qualified, so now I have to play. Sucks that I get to play and win some money, but I'm looking forward to see who are the other 8 players that will qualify this weekend. We have one more round until we know who the other 8 players are that's joining me. So for the total of top 16, that will be fighting for $100,000. Quite insane prize pool, I would like to add. 50,000 of that, the half was provided by our brother IREV.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. I mean, there's just so much
Crazy,
hype.
man.
It's like I can't
Yeah.
believe that we actually have $100,000 tournament in parallel right now.
Yep. And a little bit of an announcement to the community here. I haven't posted this anywhere yet, but very fortunately, I will be able to join Tyler and all of the homies in Manila. So we'll be out there and we'll be casting the event, try to put on a great show for, I believe, the first Parallel live major. And that's going to be a really, really big one. So looking forward to that. There's a lot of work put into it. So for those of you, if you're watching at home, please do remember that tournament is going to be on November 20th through 21st. I believe we will be broadcasting the 21st. So that will be a very, very high quality production, spearheaded by the YGG guys. And we're going to be putting on a really great show. So make sure not to miss it.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hyped. If you can afford to come to Manila, we'll hang out. Like it's gonna be so much fun.
Oh my goodness, yeah, dude, crazy, man, crazy times we live in. Especially, thinking back to last December, almost a year ago now, I guess, like a very, very close to a year ago, where all of us were kind of, we're all degens who kind of like to just do our own thing, right? It's very difficult to get us roped into anything new, and all of us were just trying out Parallel. We were playing in the Creator Invitational, the very first one, and from there, just kind of snowballed, right? Like, like you're wearing a Parallel hat, you have your YG jacket on. We're all going to Manila, and we're kind of not even streaming our main games anymore. Like, we're just spending our time on Parallel. So yeah, a lot has happened, and I'm gonna be very excited to be seeing what goes down in Manila. So let's go ahead and jump into the decks for our very final match. So our very 2 players here are going to be Zarathustra versus Malston. So Zarathustra going to be the winner of the last $50,000 parallel major, I believe. So let's check out his decks here. His very first deck is going to be his Naeus deck. Let's see what he has in this list. All right. So anything stand out to you here, Tyler?
It looks like a pretty straightforward standard Naeus deck, right? It has the Idian Hammer. It has 1 copy of Synchronicity.
Okay.
1 copy of Black Market Fixer. But other than that, fairly standard. And yeah, so he's 6-0, right? This is the 6-0 bracket. So 6-0 with Naeus.
Insane.
Seems.
Is he gonna run it back? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This guy's insane, man. All right, let's move on to the next deck here. Let's see what else Zarathustra has in store for us today. All right, of course, it is going to be Burn Catherine. He's going to be running the 2 copies of Fleet Support as well. Also 1 copy of Fire Everything. I believe, Tyler, that you mentioned that Fire Everything is core nowadays in Spell Catherine. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's so good in this deck. You just like the high roll potential are off the charts. Sometimes you play it and just get to play your whole hand. It's just a very high payoff card to have in your deck, so you just run it. But yeah, Kathy probably likely getting banned anyway, so
yeah,
not much use discussing it much more. Let's just go to the next one.
I think the last one I'll mention for this one is that there is a copy of Manipulation Ray in that deck, so a little bit spicy.
I do love that card.
Oh yeah, me and you mess around with that a lot. All right.
I mean, I was inspired by you, Datsy, to start putting that card in my unit Kathy deck. So yeah. I was the first one last month to like put in 2 copies of Manipulation Ray into my unit Kathy deck, and I was farming ladder in the mirror match because it works so well against Astel's Glaive, the old Astel's Glaive, where it would just attack his whole entire board. So I love that card. I love that.
Yeah, that's funny that Yeah, it's funny that manipulation ray got worse after Assel's Glade nerf, I suppose. So,
Yeah.
all right. Neve is going to be Zaratushu's final deck here. Let's check out his list real quick. He's going to be playing one copy of Dark Dealings. It seems like every Shroud is going to be playing at least one copy of this card now. Outside of that, he's going to be running a Saboteur and 2 copies of Power Instructor as well. It's actually pretty interesting, Tyler. Like, a lot of these decks seem very streamlined these days.
Yeah,
Players
so
are running like very
apparently this
similar
is the
lists.
standard build nowadays. This is what people agreed on, and
Okay.
this is what the Neve lovers have come up with. I guess I've been a bit out of the loop with Neve, so I wasn't. I
Aware.
didn't know that this was the going build for now with 2 Power Instructors and Dark Dealings, but I like it. I like it a lot, and
That's cool.
it seems to be working out pretty well on stream so far.
All right. Interesting. All right. All right. Moving on here to Malston's decks. He is going to be bringing Naeus as well as his his third choice. His list is going to be running a Master Poisoner, so a little bit different than Zaratushu's deck. No copies of Synchronicity in this one. 3 copies of Alvaro Interrogator instead of 2. And the full playset of Cunning Scipion here as well. What is he not playing here, Tyler?
I mean, you mentioned the synchronicity. He also doesn't play Hammer,
Oh, okay.
so he's just making a very fast curve deck, just try and kill opponents as fast as possible, and it adds to the consistency, right? Makes the deck a bit more consistent. So curious to see how that's gonna pan out. I mean, it's been working out fine for him so far. So
Yeah.
he's also 6-0. So yeah, list looks good. It's just a list that just plays stuff on the board and wins games. So nothing to add there. But the next deck, I'm looking forward to that
Okay.
one. I think Ellie
All
would have
right.
loved to cast this one because look at the next deck.
Okay, let's take a look here. I don't even know what to expect, to be honest.
Oh, you don't know what to expect? All right, let's
No,
go.
I don't know what to
Next deck.
expect here. It'll be a surprise for me as well.
Okay, are we going to the next one?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, we got a 6-0
No way,
before.
Tyler. No way.
I don't know half
Okay,
of these
so-
cards, but we have a 6-0
So the
before.
The Naeus wasn't even his third deck.
Gafar was the third
Dude.
deck, bro.
Dude, it's like Malson is playing with like letting his opponent have 2 bans in the tournament, right? Like, that's crazy. All right, let's walk through this, dude. I'm not gonna lie as well, Tyler. A lot of these cards, if you told me that they were from Aftermath, I would probably believe you.
I mean, we're both kind of idiots here, so
Okay.
yeah. What is Gafar's Peace Pipe? It's a 4-cost relic. I have no idea what that card is, bro.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like I just hit the peace pipe as well. Like, I'm kind of in shock here. But yeah, 3 copies of Change of Heart. So Change of Heart is essentially it gives it makes something pacified, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
most
yeah.
of these cards
So
are
it's a
cards that
3
we
cost,
know.
make something pacified, which is pretty good, right? To control the board, you just get to like eliminate 1 unit because there's no effects in other decks that can really unpacify their own units. So basically,
Yeah.
it's a 3-cost removal, right? One interesting thing that I do see though is the 3 drone printers. Because
Yeah.
if you have ever played as Shroud against Uni that has drone printers, you never really lose that matchup because of. I mean, you do, but not often you lose that matchup because of Ingrid and Freyrist like in the past. You always lost because the drone printers that would
Yep.
just keep making 1/1 tokens wave after wave that you can't deal with. And it draws the card as well, right? So I feel like this deck, they build it in a way that makes it good against Shroud because of the drone printers. So I'm quite curious about that matchup because the people that from Exile that decided to bring Gafar, so Malston, they don't bring Shroud, right? So this is the
Yeah.
third deck. So they cut Shroud to bring, Gafar. And I feel like probably in theory they tested it, and Gafar has to be good against Shroud for them to bring it. And so I'm curious to see how that matchup is gonna go.
Isn't it? I heard that this deck was also good against Spellcathy. Is that a thing?
That I don't know, but since that they both banned Spellcathy, right? Their mindset must have been that this is good against Shroud, right?
Okay, so we have the bans already. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I see. So yeah, the last thing I want to mention here is that your comment on drone printer, that's definitely true. Like versus most rounds, I think a little bit less against brand, but yeah, m- in most rounds, it's like sometimes you just win with a drone printer, right?
Yep.
Against Shroud, and it's just like the rest of your cards kind of don't even matter. It's just like drone printer and garbage is enough.
Yeah. And we internally with YGG, we have talked about this type of lineup, just targeting Shroud with drone printers, but none of us had the balls or the right
Okay,
ideas to build
that's
it
true.
properly. But the idea of playing drone printers to counter Shroud, like we have thought of that, and I think it's a very viable strat. I mean, we can see here that he's 6-0. So I'm just very much looking forward to see that matchup. I hope that we get that queue so that we can see Gafar versus Neve. I really want to see that matchup badly.
For sure. And Malson's final deck here is going to be, of course, Spell Catherine. So let's see if there's anything different here. It looks quite streamlined as well. There is no copy of Manipulation Ray in this list. There are 3 copies of Determined Assault, which actually that's normal for the spell version. Anything out of the ordinary you see here, Tyler. He is running the vehicle package, isn't he? With the logistics support cruiser and commission fleet machinist. Is that normal?
Yeah, that's pretty common in the list. Like you still want to play the one
Okay.
drop into the ramp so that you can have more energy to play all your burn later on.
Okay.
So looks
So
like
it's still
fairly
good even
standard
without
list.
the rallying cry. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's still good even with rallying cry only pulling 2 drops.
yeah, for sure. I do think it's worth
Okay.
it.
1 and 2 drops. All right. Yeah. Wow. All right. Gafar. A wild Gafar appears out of nowhere, Tyler. That is gonna be crazy. I swear I have read Gafar at least 100 times. I'm pretty sure that I'm still missing some lines of text on that guy or something. But yeah, Malson will show us how it's done.
Yeah, I still don't know half of. Are there any other cards that I don't know what they do? I mean, no, I guess the rest of the deck. What does Emissary of Gafar do?
Is that a 4 drop?
It's a
2
two.
cost.
No, is it two?
Emissary of Gafar. I mean, we'll find out shortly for sure. He is also running, I believe, the 4 mana battle pass card, right? It seems like that's like the only list that has been running it. The earthen deck, I think.
What's the name of it?
It's the 4 mana card that you don't recognize, I think.
Oh, is that card the Emissary of Gafar?
I don't know, actually. Yeah. Sorry to all the viewers out there. Yeah, like if someone brings a Gafar deck or a John deck, yeah, it's
Okay,
it's
so we
wild,
actually
right?
do play the game, chat. It's just there are some cards here that I don't know. Most of the cards I know, though, most of the cards are fairly standard earthen cards, let's say, with some additions. I mean, there's something that's interesting is 2 copies of Master Poisoner. So this deck really wants to control the board, remove everything. You have 3 copies of Spores, you have 3 copies of Formidable Presence, and then you just control the board. You get your drone printers out, make a bunch of 1/1s, and then you can even deal with stuff with Master Poisoner really easily.
Dude,
All right,
that's
we're
so
going into
funny,
game 1.
Tyler. Yeah. That's so funny though to see a Naeus there instead of Shroud, right? Like, that is so strange. Oh my gosh. All right. I like it though.
So I'm rooting for the Neve to win here, so I get to see Neve versus Gafar. So I really don't want the Naeus to. Oh wait, that doesn't matter, right?
The other way around, right?
The other way
The
around.
other way
Yes,
around.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh wait, so we need the Naeus to win here.
Yeah, we need the Naeus to win so that we can see the drone printer in action against the Neve.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough job for Naeus on the draw here, going second.
It is. I believe it's actually. I believe he's actually. Oh, no, he's actually on the. Oh, he is on the draw. Sorry. Okay, you're right.
But we do
It's gonna
see
be a tough
that
one.
the Neve doesn't have a 1-drop play, so
Okay.
that's a good sign. Yeah, I'm just gonna be
this is one of
completely
the-
biased because I want the Naeus to win here.
I mean, this is one of the reasons to bring Neve in turn, right? Like, do you think Neve is better than Naeus than like Nudon or Brand?
In what matchup specifically?
Neve versus Naeus, like or Shroud versus Naeus.
Yeah, so Neve probably has a better matchup because you have that Niam's Dominion, which obviously got nerfed, but sometimes still good enough to just clear some stuff, right?
I'm honestly kind of shocked that Neve's Dominion got nerfed. Like, I felt it was fine, but now it being at 1 cost is it's kind of awkward, especially with Baron in the deck, man. I mean, we saw earlier in the tournament actually as well in the last match, Bridie versus Comfortable, that Bridie's Baron copied Neve's Dominion.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, clears zone stuff. Like, oh man.
Yeah, I think the nerf was fine though. I think at 0 cost it was a little bit too strong. I think right now, if it was still at 0 cost, the meta would be, yeah, pretty much still Neve all over the ladder and just still as an S tier deck, and then everyone else just trying to play around Neve by putting Avaros in all their decks and stuff. It was not particularly a super fun meta, so I do think I like the nerf, and the fact that Neve still getting to see play is a testament to like how strong that card was, right? So.
All right. Once again, one of the most difficult turns, I think, in general from Naeus. However, I mean, what are his choices? Just like Alvaro or the Scipien? I guess he's thinking about what to bank. I don't think you will need two cunning Scipiens, but I'm not entirely sure.
No, I'm with you on this one. I think Milestone agrees. Just bank one of the Scipiens and just play out one. Try and go wide for now.
Yeah. All right, another Neve's Dominion getting picked up here for Zarathustra. I mean, at least he has a 3-mana play, which is really nice. But yeah, let's see
in
what
a way,
he...
the RAM from the LCS helps a bit, right? It kind of negates the 1 extra cost that Niam's Dominions cost nowadays, because you get 1 mana, 1 energy ahead. So in a way, the breakpoints work out similarly, where he does not go for the ramp here. Interesting.
All right, so looks like he's gonna go for a clear and then trade into Valorisi Striker to get a Striker.
All right, I see. I mean, I understand this play because you remove a lot of pressure off the board. If you just had ramped instead and then remove, you're probably getting very low.
That's true. And things are growing.
And now he can just curve into his Honest Steward on 4 and clear most of the stuff that's getting played here.
Yeah, I was just wondering about needing 2 Honor Stewards or not. Like, that card's gonna be good against Naeus itself, but apart from that, like, I don't know. I guess I felt like it was kind of awkward, but
yeah, I personally was leaning towards banking one of those and just ramp instead, but that's more of a risky play because you do take a lot of damage. So,
I mean, I guess, I guess you could have also just like banked an Honor Steward and kept kept the LSC to try to squeeze it in somewhere. You know, like I think that being able to squeeze it in for essentially 2 mana since you get 1 back is could be quite powerful later on. But he's just gonna stick with his Honor Stewards here. We'll see how it plays out for him. All right, first one coming down. Dude, Red Heart.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a 4/4 body that the Naeus has to deal with, right? And it's not easy on 4 energy. Generally, on 4 energy, what the Naeus wants to do is develop their own stuff. So I see 4 energy, and I see a 4 energy card in hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit awkward, though, I guess. It's like, it just gets clean traded by the Honor Steward. I mean, what are his other options? Like, you don't really want to bank Magna. I mean, I guess you could play Magna, but it sounds pretty bad because next turn you want a 3 to squeeze in with a 2.
I mean, I guess technically 2-drop and 2-drop is slightly more stats on the board here, right? So you get a 2/3, a 1/2, and a 1/1. But then your 2/3 dies for free on the board anyway, so you're left with a 1/2 and a 1/1. Instead of if you play Centauros, you would be left with 2 1/1s. The upside of playing Centauros now is that you have a 2-drop for next turn, so you can go 3 and 2. If you play both 2s now, next turn you won't have a good play.
Exactly. So it's like the 1 card play versus a 2 card play, and you have to bank something anyways. I think I like just going with a 4. Yeah, just keep
Yeah.
it simple here.
That's what I would do as well.
Yep,
So
and
now
saving
at
the
least I
Magna.
think we have a really clean play.
Yep, save the Magna since the Centurus likely dies. But you'll see. All right.
So we drew the Steward and we have the AoE in hand. Like he can make a really big one here.
Yeah, he could make a really big one, and Malston would basically need either a gunslinger or a. Actually, wait, it doesn't even work anymore, right? Like because
Yeah.
the health grows on it as well.
Do you ever play the Engine Whisper as well to make it even bigger?
I mean, maybe you don't
It's
even
not
need
that
the
crazy.
cards. Yeah, maybe you don't even need the cards because you have a power instructor in hand coming up. Yeah,
when do you even squeeze in the Whisper? I don't think it's that crazy to. I mean, I guess
No.
you take 2 extra as well.
I think the thing is that you just lack something to bank, probably, is
Yeah.
the main idea. Like, you don't really want to bank the other stuff.
Oh wait, I guess he still has a bank here. He could have also just banked and play a 1/2.
Yeah,
guess
like, I don't think you need
already-
Honored Steward, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a 1/2 also doesn't do much at this point in the game. As usual, I suppose.
I feel like there were a lot of things to think about that turn.
Yep.
I feel like there were some things to consider. He played a bit fast,
sure.
but this play is fine. I do like that he just made a really big Steward.
Yep. Extremely clean. No way to clear off the Steward here. Actually, there is. So he can go Magna, kill off the Steward, and double PS8 launcher. All right.
He can still, he can still clear the other one, right?
Yeah, so he does not get a card since Neve's Dominion does exile, does
That is
banish,
cute. Yeah.
but still clean nonetheless. Yeah, and this could have been prevented if he actually, as you mentioned, just suicided off the Engine Whisperer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It would have been one bigger.
I guess he did have double PSA launcher, but then he would have been able to keep in an Honor Steward, which could have at least cleared this Harf. So, yeah, the bigger the better.
Warm draw is pretty clutch, honestly, because the Nails actually was running out of cards.
Yep, for sure. He really needed something big there. All right. Adira coming down. Let's see what we flip. I think the best thing that he can get is probably Triumph of Europa.
Yeah, and then you just go Steward. But he did not hit it. Oof.
Okay, so PSA launcher, clear off the Magna, just clear off everything. Actually, sorry, the Harf cannot be cleared.
Yeah, so this way the Adira is technically alive on board, right?
Yep.
So if the Nails doesn't have anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big Wong actually. If he doesn't draw a better play, which I don't think even if he draws Triumph of Europa, it'd be better probably. Since you are playing versus Shroud as well, so you kind of want to hold on to that as long as possible, I think. But yeah, like if the Wong lands on the Harf, that's gonna be a really, really big one to trade into Zadira. I think
this is a huge flip for the game, right? Yeah, this is a key moment for sure.
if he misses, I guess he could pick up his last copy PS8 launcher if he's lucky as well. He does not get it.
Oh, do you
All
pick Slinger here in case you miss?
Slinger still only deals 1 though, right? Oh, but
Yeah,
that's a
you trade
guaranteed
him
clear.
clear.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. That's way too dangerous to leave this Adira up. Right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good choice. So at least he can clear the Adira now.
Wait, what are we doing with the Centurus here? I think you need to keep that, right?
I mean, I guess he's thinking bank Centurus, keep Alvaro for some extra damage, but nah, you have to bank the.
All right, yeah. Imagine Wong hit 5 units and you pick a gunslinger. You know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. All right, there's a Triumph. It's not going to be good anytime soon, it looks like. Zarathustra, really wishing he had a little bit more mana right now. Man, like this Honor Steward is not doing much here. So, like, obviously we're walking back here in a different reality. Say like if he kept the LSC, he could go LSC Power Instructor or something into the Neve. Not that he's casted that many spells, but yeah, I mean, I just never saw the second Honor Steward being played. I don't know, like it's just so hard to play.
I mean, I think you played here. I think you Honor Steward the Harp actually, and then you Erasure the Wong. Because I feel like this way you don't develop your. Or is he gonna Honor Steward the Wong? I feel like Honor Steward doing the Wong is so dangerous because it just comes back as a 4/4 body.
Yep.
Do you really care about? Yeah, I would have preferred it the other way around personally. Because do you really care about the harp, like the spells? I don't think you care.
Huh. Yeah.
So now there's a Wong inside of this Honor Steward that the Naeus gets back. But it could have been a 1/3 harp instead.
Yep. All right. Well, Triumph of Europa here.
That's a insane draw.
It is insane, but it's pretty funny, right? Because the thing is that there's that weird sort of playing like the sort of chicken mechanic where it's like, okay, well, if you play Triumph and then your opponent has Triumph of the Lost, then that's going to be really awkward. But then Zarathustra is like, all right, well, since people know that, I'm just going to go ahead and bank my Triumph of the Lost anyways. So, yeah.
That's like a luxury you can think about when you're like very ahead. But when you're in this spot, you just jam it. Like you can't play around stuff at this point. It's just you have so little resources. You just play it. Hope your opponent doesn't have anything. So, yeah.
Very fortunately for Malson, Zarathustra did just bank that Triumph of the Lost here. All right. What's he get back here? A Magna and a
deals 4.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to deal 4 thanks to the +1/+0 buff from Triumph of Europa.
Wait. Did it deal 3?
I think it did deal 3. I think that's...
I haven't played.
I think that did change. Yeah, I think that did change. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a bug or a nerf, but unfortunately, this gunslinger is gonna have to go in. But not the end of the world. He is gonna get a 4/4 back. Does it have
to go in, or do we just jump face? Nah, it has to go in.
I think it has to go in. I think it has to go in. Personally speaking,
has to be demo here, right? No demo, then the board is huge.
I mean, it's a Neve, right? Like Neve doesn't have demo, right?
Oh, everything is a Neve.
I mean, I say that, but I misremembered as well, and Luke had to tell me that Neve can't run demo. But I believe he's running 3 copies of Neve's Dominion, so he needs his last. Oh, Malia! All right, Malia should be able to clear off a lot here.
Does it? How much was his?
How much? I mean, he played 2 Neve's Dominions, right? One of them killed 4 things, and he made a big Honor Steward, right? And
yeah,
then,
okay, that's a huge Malia.
And then the other one,
that's so many. It's still going.
The other one.
Oh,
wow, that's terrible.
So 11 on board.
Oh my god!
And that's lethal. Oh. So we get to see
right.
Let's go.
As it has been foretold. Yes, the prophecy is becoming fulfilled.
Yeah, I rigged it, dude. I hope I don't get banned for this, but I rigged it. I want to see the Gafar versus Neve so bad. Let's see.
I mean, in the last series, Scout also rigged it as well. He was like, well, Comfortable only needs a demolecularize here. And he rips it off the top, so.
Yeah, we casters have a lot of power. I just realized that now. Crazy.
Yes. How does it feel, Tyler, to have so much power in your hands?
Feels powerful, man. Feels powerful. Maybe I should become a caster. This is a very nice feeling.
Yeah.
You're all in my control. All your fates are in my control right now.
For sure. Oh my goodness. So Gafar. Okay, Gafar versus Neve. What in the world are we expecting here? Let me let me
I
go
mean, we
ahead and
don't
pull
know
up
for
some of
sure
these.
that that's gonna be the queue, right? Like he could still
Yeah,
queue
that's
the
true.
4 into the other deck, into the Neas.
That's true.
But even that's not that much of an interesting matchup, honestly. Because I feel like Gafar is just tons of removal. Neas try and build a board. Gafar just keeps removing everything, right? With the spores, and I feel like that matchup is not as interesting. So I'm still rooting that we get that queue that I'm hoping for. But yeah, like going back into the Gafar versus Neve. I don't know, man. I've never seen this matchup. Literally never seen one single
I
game
don't think
of Gafar
I don't
versus
think anyone
Neve.
has.
Yeah,
I don't
so
think anyone has. It might have never happened before, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. But there are some matchups that I believe maybe never happened in parallel. Like I don't think like a Gafar ever played against a John or something like that. Or,
yeah, okay.
this has never happened. Dude, the funny thing is that I was trying to look up what exactly Gafar does and all of his text, and I didn't even know how to spell it, man. Dude, that's crazy.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the Gafar deck does in action. I heard through the grapevine that a lot of Gafars have been popping up on ladder. Like, I mean, a lot compared to before. But
Like just now because of this tournament, like since yesterday.
I think
so, right?
not since yesterday, but possibly in like since the update. I think
Since
the
that bit.
patch.
Yeah, I mean that's mostly just the Exile people prepping it, I think.
Oh, okay.
Mostly
I
came
see.
from them. They're the
Wow.
ones that all brought it, this tournament, and then I think from there on out, like more people started catching up onto it, and then now because of this tournament, after day one, they saw some people go 4-0 with it, so getting more popular. So I don't know, man. Like it seems like a real deck. I'm hyped for it. I want to see it in action, and
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's super cool that they came up with that.
Oh no, I mean, it's also nice to see an Earthen that's not Nehemiah for once, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Like Earthen has both Shoshana and also Gafar, which are two really, really cool heroes, but they just get outshadowed, outshined by Nehemiah. So
All right, so we got Gafar versus Nea. So I'm rooting for the Neas here so that we go into game 3 and get to see Gafar versus Neve.
all right,
So
let's do it.
dear RNG gods of Parallel, let's rig it again so we get to game 3. I do
Yep.
think this matchup is also going to be interesting though, so looking forward to it. I'm just looking forward to Gafar in general, so I want to see 2 games of Gafar.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting dynamic where it's like you have a deck that runs Drone Printer, but then but that same deck runs Spores, right? So
Yeah.
Sort of like really weird dynamics. It's like running AoE in your aggro deck, you know. So
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels like it covers everything in a way. We do see the Gafar on the draw here, and historically, Earthen does really. Oh wait, no, Gafar's on the play.
Okay.
On the play with a Steward on 1, so already he's going to go 1 into 3.
Yeah, that's really strong. All right, Indian Hammer hitting the bank here. Gunslinger coming down because you just got to play something. All right, on 3 mana already. So when exactly do you play Gafar, Tyler? Can you remind me what Gafar even fully does, or
It's, a 3 energy 0/8 with Defender, but when a unit attacks into it, they get Pacifist.
Okay.
So it's a really big Defender that basically disables any unit that attacks into it.
Yeah, and there's also a secret ability on that, right? It has something to do with like +1/+1 to your team.
Oh yes, there's that buff used to be +1/0, I think, and now it's +1/1.
Okay. I think that was an unnerf, actually. Yeah.
Yes, they made it stronger. So, and then for a while, people were experimenting it, trying to see if Gafar has potential, and for months it didn't. But then, yeah, this could be the first meta where it's actually valuable.
Okay. Well, Gafar coming down already. I mean,
Yeah.
out of most matchups, I think just playing it out versus Naeus is actually quite good. They don't have that many ways to remove it. We do see a Cerulean Hunter Clare in hand for Zarathustra as well as a Magna. But,
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is that it protects the Steward, right?
that's
He doesn't
true.
know, but we can see now that otherwise the Steward would have died to a hit from the Gunslinger and play the other Gunslinger.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Oh wait, with that unit didn't get pacifist, did it?
Okay, I have no idea how this card works, not gonna lie.
That's so funny. All right, if anyone in the bridge can send us a reminder text of what exactly Gafar does, that would be greatly appreciated because
I was
Because,
not prepared for this. I was not prepared for Gafar, dude.
oh no, man. I mean, it's like we've played a lot of decks, right? And a lot of Paragons. Like we've even played A Show and stuff like that, so we know what those do. But man, Gafar is like really, really a real
I
surprise.
personally have literally queued 0 games of Gafar in the past year. So I've never even touched the guy once.
I think out of all my ladder games, I've probably queued into Gafar probably twice.
Yeah.
And
Oh, look, we see the
and-
effect. There was some buff happening.
ooh. Okay,
I
so
remember now. So it's whenever you pacify some unit, everyone on your board gets +1/1.
okay. Okay.
And then the effect of Gafar himself is when he defends attack against pacifist. But if the opponent attacks into directly, that doesn't count as defending. So
I
the pacifist doesn't
see.
happen.
Okay. That makes sense now. But why is it pacified now then?
He played a spell. He played a
Ah,
change
he
of
played a
government.
spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting play. Like, did we have to change our heart that Tyler? Like, we also have this
Well, the idea is that we just get the buffs right away, kind of.
I see.
And it buffs the Gafar as well, so it makes it more awkward for opponent to attack into it.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking that we could have maybe just played the drone guy first, and then gotten some more buffs, but. All right, Magna coming down. It's a big one. He's going to have his choice between taking out Steward of the Garden, which I honestly don't even feel like it does that much in the Gafar deck. Like, you have to play it, but yeah, I think I'd rather just hit Gafar here.
The Naeus somehow actually like managed to. I looked away for a second, and the board is pretty big, and we got the Gafar down to pretty low HP here.
Yep, for sure. I really do wonder how the deck is going to play without having access to the Gafar, right? I think that in the best case scenario, Malson probably would have preferred to not play Gafar on 3 and just play other stuff, but for lack of a better play, then yeah, he was kind of forced to play it and protect his Steward there. Yeah, because like Gafar after
from Gafar side.
Because Gafar after a drone printer is pretty strong. I mean, I don't think it matters that much in this matchup. Probably, like you'd rather just get on the board fast, but okay, pretty good turn here. Assel's Glaive coming down to get this PS8 launcher to clear off this giant Magna. We are going to leave the standard bear on the board for yet another turn, however.
It's not like the Naeus has a great way to use the buffs from the standard bear though. And the opposite board is looking really scary. Like there's a glaive on the board that we can't deal with. I guess the only way to deal with this is just to gunslinger your own Cerulean Hunter, right? I think he has to. Oh, he can't even do that because the Cerulean Hunter gets buffed.
Oh, it does get buffed. That's right, and he can't even kill off his standard bearer either.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty
this
funny.
Glaive is just gonna get a free hit somewhere.
Yeah, that is not good. All right, he's gonna go to bank here. Whew. He's gonna go ahead and hit Gafar down to 1. And what are his options here? Like, he really would have preferred to have like a Centurious here. I guess that still wouldn't be that good against the Glaive, but he's hovering over his own Glaive, which is going to be considerably worse. Interesting. Okay.
Oh wow! And with the painter, so the Glaive deals 4 to it, and then he only needs to trade in 1 more unit to full clear on this board.
Yeah, like the painter can even take a value trade on Ass's Glaive.
Oh wow, that's huge. And
how often can you say that?
How Neas can come back from this? Honestly, Neas is just steamrolling, just destroy. I mean, Gafar is just destroying the Neas here.
Oh my gosh. What even happened this game, Tyler? It was like, I guess Zarathustra. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with Gafar, right?
Yeah, it was the Gafar into the change of heart turn. It's just like denying 1 unit and then gaining plus 1/1 buff on everything was just enough to get very much ahead on the board.
That's insane. All right. Well, I wonder what Molson's thinking about here. I don't think he's banked yet, so pretty clean turn to double 3 drop.
Oh,
all right.
Really? He just goes 1 3 drop. So he's holding onto the 4 drop. What does the 4 drop do that's so valuable to hold here? Instead of just going 3/3.
If that's the 4 drop I'm thinking about, if that's a battle pass card, which I'm not sure if it is, to be honest, I think it buffs up adjacent units.
I'm just very surprised that we just don't make a board full of 1/1s here, because how does Neas deal with that?
Yeah, exactly. And then the moment you draw some sort of pacify effect as well, like your entire board gets buffed.
Wait, why did we make a drone for opponent? I'm so confused right now.
I think he just I assume he just messed up here. Yeah, I assume he just messed up here. So Gafar does go down.
So that was a very interesting turn.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he knows something that we don't.
So our board could have been effectively 4 extra 1/1s at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it still looks like the Neas is in a horrible spot here, so...
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Neas is that Neas doesn't really have that much comeback potential. Like, they have refills, but the comeback potential is really difficult since the whole deck is essentially unit-based. Gunslinger coming down.
Yeah, what do you even do here? I mean, the Cerulean Hunter has to come down at some point, right? Just to have it in your pool, and then you hope to top deck Triumph.
I think so. Oh, wait, what? That's insane! Wait, we ended up playing nothing there. Tyler, all right. I'm gonna need you to explain this to me. Like okay. I'm 6.
So if if we had 7 energy next turn, and I could see that he's trying to do Cerulean Hunter into Synchronicity, but we're on 6 energy next turn. So what are we holding for? What is our plan next turn?
Yeah. It's like we had to play at least the Cerulean Hunter, right? I think.
Yeah, because I don't see how we get back the board from this point if we don't spend our mana to play stuff. or energy.
Yeah, that is interesting for sure. I mean, I don't think I've ever floated 4 mana in my life. When I had cards, at least. But yeah, all right. Let's see what Zaratusha's grand plan is here.
Yeah,
Really see any
interesting.
combination of cards. Can't really see any combination of cards that would be good for him at the moment.
One interesting turn is that Gafar was kind of running out of cards, and then he drew the drone printer, so now he just has an extra card every turn that's also creating 1/1 tokens. Insane card, actually.
All right.
Yeah, what,
I mean, I understand not playing the Gunslinger here because you don't want to get your wand cleaved, but
yeah, this turn you can't play the Gunslinger, but yeah, going back to that one turn, I don't know why Cerulean Hunter is still in the hand here.
All right. We're also going to see what this new card does, Tyler. I believe it buffs adjacent units, but I could be wrong.
It's buffs adjacent units when it's taking damage, right? Something like that.
Oh, is that the one that can change the target of defender or something? I don't even know.
Okay, I legit don't know, but it's not even playing the card. So like going back to that turn, I still don't agree with keeping that. Like, why did we not just bank it and play a 3-drop that turn, right? So I guess it doesn't matter from this point. Gafar is just OP apparently.
Dude, this deck's too good. I wonder if we're gonna start seeing more Gafar and ladder at this point.
Oh, we'll certainly see more after this tournament. Yeah,
because again, I believe that what I heard was that Gafar actually is a good counter cue for a spell Kathy, which is all over the ladder. So
but why is it good against spell Kathy?
I do not know.
Because I feel like it's one of those decks that spell Kathy actually is good against, because the spell Kathy doesn't care that much about boards, so they can just burn them down eventually, right? They can just ramp up, get all the resources, get the relic, and then just burn them down. So I don't think this deck is good against spell Kathy. I think they specifically brought this deck with the idea of banning spell Kathy.
Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is that
I think it's good against Strauss specifically, and I want to see that matchup. But I don't think that's happening. It looks like this Gafar's gonna run away with this game. Again, Naeus doesn't have any big comeback mechanics. They don't have any big AoEs. They have to clear every unit one by one. So even clearing all these 1/1 tokens from Drone Printer is impossible, basically.
Tyler, if you told me a week ago that Steward of the Garden into Gafar was a winning play, I don't even know what I would say, Tyler.
I wouldn't believe you either,
like,
dude.
Yeah, I would be like, get some rest, bro. I think
you're a little bit too tired, man.
Yeah.
Whoa, where's all this damage coming from?
Yeah, that's the triumph. That's the triumph of Earthen that never has.
Wait, that's just in the deck?
That's just in the deck, and that's just lethal.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Triumph of Earth has been a card that I really, really wanted to see play. It does so much damage when it comes off of Baron, you know. But all right, that's gonna be a clean 2-0 sweep. Oh my goodness, Zaratusha, what
power of Gafar, dude.
Yeah, what are the records now, Tyler?
Do you know?
Huh?
Okay, so
I believe they are what? Can both of them make it to the top 8?
Oh, they both made it. So one is 7-0 and one is 6-1. So they actually both made it.
Nice. All right.
So we actually want to see who the other 6 are. So there's gonna be a bunch more people at 6-1, and then so we'll know for sure who else made it at 6-1. I have word. Can I spoil that my homeboy Fino made it 6-1?
No way! Let's go.
The guy was messaging me while we were casting that, and I had to keep my excitement to myself for a second. But I'm so happy for my boy Fino. So he's in for sure. Is gonna be in Manila. We have at least 3 YGG players qualified for Manila. So last last qualifier, it was me and Zeliaser that qualified for the top 8. And now we have for sure Fino with a 6-1 score.
That's
so
crazy.
that's 3 people. And then we're going to wait to see who the other 5 are.
Yeah, that is insane, Tyler. Oh my gosh. So all of us are going to be there in Manila. That's insane.
Yeah, insane. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, what a wonderful tournament we've had so far. Do you have any favorite moments of the tournament today, Tyler, that you can remember? I think that the Shroud games were good as well. The Brighty versus Comfortable that Ali and Free Tip Scout commentated.
Yeah, I mean, that game was cool. The Shroud Mirror was so much back and forth, and the top decks, the top decking demo. There's so many highlight clips in that game where like everyone was just going crazy. Like, yeah, that was definitely a good one. I was hoping to see the Gafar against Shroud again, but even in this matchup, just seeing it steamroll the Nayas like that was quite entertaining to say the least. I believe we're still waiting for one more match from round 7. That's Jason Florent versus Bright Avian.
That's a good match.
Jason Florent is also an Exile guy that brought Gafar. So we might even have 2 Gafar players making it to the top 8, all from Exile. And I don't know if there's more because I see Sneak Hot Exile. Did he bring Gafar? Let me see. No, okay. So we possibly have 2 Exile Gafar players in the top 8. So that's gonna be a hype. And then it's gonna be actually quite close to see who's making it with 5-2. And that's always nerve-wracking for the players. I was in that spot myself 2 weeks ago where I had no idea if my tiebreaker was gonna make it. So everyone is just waiting to see. And it's a very complicated math equation, right? To see who gets through with the tiebreakers. Essentially, it counts the total amount of wins from the opponents that you faced to see if you actually had harder opponents than the others that went 5-2. And it's usually really close. If that one is a tie, then you go to second tiebreaker, third tiebreaker. So you never really know until the end if you made it or not. So there is still a match going on though in round 7, so we're gonna have to stall a bit to wait till that ends, and then looking forward to see who's making it in the top 8, man.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and check out a little bit more of this Gafar deck that we've been so hyped up about. Let's take a look at what exactly the deck runs and see if there's actually a meta breaker. All right, dude. What a crazy list, man. Really, really crazy concept, and also just showing the sort of depth and complexity, partially because of what you mentioned before, that we don't really have like tracking software and stuff, which I personally prefer. I think that all the tracking stuff generally is like, I don't know, it like makes the game almost too uniform, right? Because you have stats to like back up everything. Whereas here in Parallel, you have a lot of like really weird things that you can do. We've seen a lot of players such as Perp bring crazy stuff to tournaments. We see the Exile boys bring in their Gafar here, and it's something really refreshing that I don't think we see enough of in card games.
Yeah, I really hope no one ever develops like advanced tracking system with all the stats for Parallel, because I think that really takes the fun out of the game. Personally, I've been enjoying Parallel the most simply because we don't have that, and it's just so fresh every week. Every tournament is so fresh. And in a way, it feels more close to physical TCGs, right? Because they don't have that either with a digital deck tracker. So it feels way closer to that type of game now. And and we see it, man, in the tournaments. We see so much variety. We see like new decks popping up. And this Gafar deck, man. I really think that they cooked with this one because the drone printers, in theory, it makes sense. It beats Shroud. I wish I would have seen that matchup again. I know I keep saying that, but I would actually like to hear their opinions as well, how that went in practice. I I assume that they had good results as Gafar versus Shroud, and that's the strat, right? Ban Kathy and then have this as a third deck that can beat Shroud. So yeah, super cool. I do think we figured out all the cards in the deck by now, right? We know what they do. No, actually, I still don't know exactly what Emissary of Gafar does. Can we look it up?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So Emissary of Gafar, 4 mana, and he runs 2 copies of them. After another friendly unit is destroyed in combat, target enemy unit gains pacifists until the end of the enemy's next turn. So even if like 1/1 drones die, then the Gafar player can pacify something of the opponents. And then in addition to that, it also works on your opponent's turn as well. So yeah, all right. So it's a pacify card.
So it's just like it's kind of like a master poisoner. It's like when you have a unit that can attack, and it's another way to just disable an entire unit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like a master poisoner, but it also has synergy with Gafar, right? Because when you pacify your opponent's stuff, then it's gonna buff up your board. So the drone printer actually looking really good in the deck. You know, the more that the meta progresses, Tyler, I feel like drone printer is actually just criminally underplayed still. Like
it's
there must be
funny.
So many decks. Like there must be so many decks where it's actually like good in it helps you out in a single matchup. It probably does a lot for you. I don't know. Just in general, it's just a great card, and that's a card that nobody knew about. Actually, nobody knew about for like months or something like that.
Yeah, I mean there was like a period where that card wasn't played in Universal Ogden, and it was just one of those tournaments. I forgot the name of the player who introduced it, but one player put it in their Universal deck, and then it just blew up. It was like, wait, this card just makes sense. Why aren't we playing it? And then everyone started playing it, right? And now we're seeing it put in other decks as well. So it's just one of those cards that, like I agree with you, severely underrated, and it single-handedly kills Shroud, dude. So you just put it in the deck, and it just gives you extra steam against Shroud. Yeah,
that's crazy. All right, guys, we are going to be jumping to a quick break here, and when we're back, we are going to be announcing the qualifying players for the YGG 100K tournaments in Manila. So don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for Parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available parallel major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game.
All right, welcome back. We do have an update here for you guys. We are going to be showing y'all what went down here in the round 7 matches. So let's go ahead and jump in and take a quick look. All right, round 7. Anything interesting you see here, Tyler?
So let's just look at the 7061 people first who made it for sure. So
Okay.
I believe we have Lazy Dictator, Jason Floron, and Fino all at 6-1. I think that's what it means, right?
I believe so. Yes.
So
I
they are
believe so.
through to top 8. Congratulations. And I'm just trying to figure out who else made it.
Did Penzokin make it here? He got 2. He won 2-1 versus Jace in the last round.
But I don't know what he did previous round, so we'd
Yeah,
have to
that's
look it
true.
up. I can look it up quickly. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
3, 1.
So, all right. So I believe that production is going to be sending that over to us in a moment here. Let's just take a look at the rounds here. So
I mean, I can
Jason
already see.
Floron-
So Penzokin is a 6-1. So we have Lazy Dictator, Jason Floron, Fino, and Penzokin all at 6-1. So they're all through. And then the losers of those rounds, we need to know what scores they went. So I assume Shogo, did he go from 6-0 into 6-1? So is that also someone who's through? And Bright Avian,
was guaranteed through, right? Or was he not? Brighty won versus Comfortable in the previous match before. I don't know if that's enough to make it through, but we will find out shortly here.
I think we have the results of the final top 8. I need to go check Discord, or maybe production is ready to pull it up, but I think we have the final top 8.
I believe we may be waiting for the final one. I believe.
I believe all the last match just finished just now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I believe we may whip up a quick graphic here, and then then we'll see exactly who is going to be qualified for the $100,000 major in Manila. So to remind those of you at home as well, the top 8 for the top 16 even, which includes the top 8 from today, are going to be getting parallel league points, and they are going to be getting a guaranteed $3,000 from the tournaments. So from there, players will be able to win more of their share of the $100,000 prize pool. And then the actual formats, which I don't think we've talked about yet today, for the top 16 live event is going to be double elimination. It's also going to be Conquest with 3 parallels and 1 ban. So it's going to be best of 3 double elimination for that. And I don't think we've had a double elimination tournament yet, Tyler.
Yeah, double elimination is interesting to see. I haven't played in a double elim tournament ever, actually, like not that many times, because it's not double elimination as in we're playing a group phase bracket or whatever, but it's like a winner and a loser bracket, right? So if you lose early on, you still get a chance, but you have to go through the loser bracket, which is usually longer, right? And I believe that's what it implies with a double elimination here, right? Yeah. Don't quote me on this, but I think that's the case. So even though it's double elimination, you definitely don't want to get your first loss too early. But it does mean that if you do lose one, you're still in it. So I like that. I like that there's a second chance if you get unlucky. So yeah, it's gonna be super hype, man. Like it's gonna be $100,000 on the line. That's nothing.
Dude, that's crazy, man. Yeah, and it's gonna be a really big event as well. I think you know a little bit more about it than I do. It's gonna be hosted as a huge event, right? And there's gonna be like an award, like a Web3 Games Award show there.
Well, it's gonna be at the YGG Play Summit, which is a big crypto gaming event hosted by YGG. And there's going to be all sorts of games. It's not going to be just Parallel. It's going to be all sorts of games that are also going to be hosting their tournaments and whatnot. But I do believe that Parallel has the biggest prize pool there. Don't quote me on that for sure. But the $100,000 prize pool, $100,000 prize pool, I don't know if there's any other Web3 game matching it at that event there, especially since we had the $50,000 on top of it provided by our brother iRev. So yes, it's going to be a huge event, and I feel like Parallel is going to be the main event there. And so if you're a Parallel lover, you definitely want to be there. If you're in Southeast Asia, if you're nearby, like, you know, come out, say hi.
Everyone's going to
be
there.
We're all very friendly people. We love hanging out. We love meeting everyone. And it's usually just a very chill atmosphere with all the people. The YGG people are the greatest people. I met them when we were in Thailand. That's it. I was at your place when you were still living in Thailand. We met them for the first time there, and we just hung out with them and just immediately clicked. That's how I joined the team personally. So, you know, like, it's just cool people, cool atmosphere, great vibes. If you have the time, come on out. And, you know, like, even just watching the tournament live, it's going to be a blast. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, and once again, all of this is only possible due to the very, very charitable and amazing grace of YGG Esports, Echelon Prime Foundation, and of course, as we mentioned a million times on this cast, AiRev. So thank you to everyone who makes this possible, and of course viewers watching at home as well, and also, you know, people who are watching who may not be Parallel players yet, who will be future Parallel gamers.
Yes, well said, Tetsuya. I have nothing to add there. I believe we have the top 8.
Yes, I believe so. Let's go ahead and see who made it to the live finals in Manila. All right, walk us through this, Tyler.
Yes, so we already knew Milestone, Lazy Dictator, Zarathustra, Penzoken, and Fino were through. So it looks like Jason Florent also won his last match. So that's another Gafar player from Exile making it through. So 2 Exile players with the Gafar lineup made it through. Of course, my homie Fino, I'm super happy for him that he made it through. And then I believe the two people with a 5-2 score that made it on tiebreakers ended up being Shogo and Sneakot. Sneakot also from Exile, so congrats for Exile with 3 players making it through.
Wow.
Sneakot did not bring Gafar though. And then I just want to give a moment to say rest in peace for my teammate Sequinox, because he got 9th on the tiebreaker, and we were like in Discord so sad
Oh no.
that we did not get a 4th YGG player in 9th. Yeah, what can I say? It's just the worst feeling. If you ever been in that spot, like you'd rather
Just on the
be
bubble,
10th
yeah.
or 11th on the tiebreakers, right? But being 9th is just gonna sting for a while. But I believe Sequinox will be able to get back strong from this. He'll shine in future tournaments, like his time will come. But unfortunately, this time it's Sneakot getting in. I mean, fortunately for Exile, congrats to Sneakot for getting the 8th place on the tiebreaker. I wonder how close it was on the tiebreaker. It must have been really close.
Yeah, it must have been super close.
But that's how the game goes. Someone has to be 9th, and unfortunately for us, it's Sequinox YGG.
Feels bad, man. All right, we have some updates here from production. It looks like Sequinox. Walk me through the tiebreakers here, Tyler. Oh my gosh.
All right, so let me
pretty
see.
close.
We have 8 for Sneakot with a tiebreaker of 20 and Sequinox with 19. So Sequinox needed one more person that he has faced in one of his past rounds to have won a game for that to be a tie, for it to go to the second tiebreaker. So it was a difference of 1 match. One person either needed to win on Sequinox side, or one person needed to win on Sneakot side, lose on Sneakot side to switch it the other way around. So yeah, oh man, that hurts so much.
Dude, that's crazy, man. I mean, the top 16 there, we have a phenomenal top 16. I mean, we not only have Monos, who qualified through the West qualifier, we also have our boy Jarla, man. Dude, I can't believe it. Like, this really feels like the old days, just like going to tournaments and stuff. Yeah, like we were always together, or quite frequently just at events and stuff, right? And it's gonna be a blast from the past. Ali's gonna be there as well, and the others. It's gonna be crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just like the good old days again. It's like, it's so weird. We had this like big esports hype push back in 2017, 18, 19, and we were doing all these LAN events with card games, and like we were meeting each other in real life, and there was like so many tournaments going on. And I think like when COVID happened, it all kind of stopped, and there was not really this kind of thing. So it's like so cool that Parallel is bringing all of this back, and then they're willing to invest into the players, willing to invest into the competitive scene. And we just haven't seen that from any other game. And the fact that, I don't think people even realize that this was an open tournament. 128 players could sign up for each of the qualifiers, and it was first come, first serve based signups. Everyone was allowed to play for a chance to qualify for a tournament live in Manila with $100,000 prize pool. It's just insane where we're at right now, and I'm so grateful that we're in this timeline, and that we have all this, and that we get to meet everyone again. And yeah, next month's gonna be hype. I'll see you there, Desi. You're gonna be casting the event. I'll be playing, but it's gonna be so hype.
Yeah, Fino will be playing. Like a bunch of the boys will be playing, and yeah, just one more thing on what you mentioned. It is a very strange thing for sure, because back in the day we had to travel like really, really far for like a $15,000 tournament. You know what I mean? And being able to just sign up for free, play from the comfort of your own home to qualify for a 100K tournament, that is something that we really haven't seen before. So big shout out once again to Parallel, to YGG, Echelon Prime Foundation, as well as AiRev. Of course, this can only be possible with the collaborative effort of everybody together. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed the cast today. There's going to be a lot more parallel action coming next month here from the YGG team. So be on the lookout for that. Shout out to our other casters as well, Ali Straza and Freetip Scout. Always a blast watching them cast. So any final words, Tyler, before we head off here for the day?
I thanks for having me. I had a blast. This is actually my first real cast together with you, Detsy. In general, I haven't casted that much because I'm a player, of course, but I enjoyed it a lot. It was so much fun. It's so cool to, well, not have to stress about playing the tournament and just like being laid back and like just look at how the guys are playing and just call them out on their bad plays, even though we make bad plays all the time.
High roll.
So I hope that, you know, when you're a player and you hear us cast, you don't take it too personally, because that's kind of a caster job to like be a little bit biased and caster vision and all of that. It's not. I notice it's not the easiest job to be a caster. I have to. It's very hard to not get caster vision in a way. So it's not easy. I do respect you guys for doing your job. I won't be here to take you guys' job. You know, I'll just do this casually once in a while when I feel like it. But yeah, you guys do a great job. I appreciate your work. I'll be casting sometimes, but I'll leave it to the professionals from here on out.
Sounds good, guys. We are on the brink of a new expansion, Aftermath, and this may be one of the final tournaments leading up until Aftermath. So hope you all enjoyed this meta. Looking forward to checking out the next one, and see you soon.
Welcome to the Parallel League, the official esports series for Parallel TCG. Whether it's grinding the ladder, playing inside events, or joining open tournaments, Parallel League is designed to fit your playstyle and your gaming lifestyle. The Parallel League is a competitive event series for parallel players in 2024. With over $500,000 total in prize pools, this will be one of the largest in the TCG esports scene. Beginning in July, your rank in the ladder at the end of the season will begin awarding points. Points will be required to gain entry to the Prime World Championship Tournament. Within the Parallel League, there are 4 ways to acquire league points: Season Ranked Ladder Finish, Parallel Major Tournament, Parallel Minor Tournament, and in-game tournament events. Each category awards you points towards your overall league ranking, paving the roadmap of your achievements on your way to being a Parallel Prime Champion. Let's start with the first major event and the first steps on your journey to the Parallel Prime Championship. The Planetfall Kickoff Tournament will be a 128-player invitational. This tournament will bear a $50,000 prize pool. The 128 players for the event will be pulled from the ranked ladder at the end of July, and the first phase of the tournament will begin in August. Then, starting in July, players will start earning points towards their Parallel League ranking from their season ladder finishes. Parallel seasons are monthly rankings from the in-game MMR ladder system. At the end of each season, players are awarded points for finishing in the top 100. From there, players who finished in the top 64 from that season are invited to compete in a Parallel Majors Qualifier event. 64 participants in a qualifier are awarded points for their participation. The winner of a qualifier will be granted an automatic spot at the next available Parallel Major. There are even more ways to earn points outside of the ladder. Another way is in-game tournaments, where players can earn 1 point for every win, with a max out of 3 points per month. Parallel Minors are officially licensed events that take place every month. These tournaments are not based on any pre-qualified criteria and are completely grassroots community-driven and open to all. Anyone can enter, anyone can win. Points will be awarded to the top 8 finishers of any minor. Parallel Majors are the premier main event for Parallel League. 124 players are invited to take part in a major. These players are from first-place qualifier events, with the remainder being filled by players who are in the top 122 from the overall Parallel League rankings. The top 32 from a major will be awarded points, with the overall winner being granted a seat at the World Championship. At the end of the Parallel League season, we will hold the Parallel Prime World Championship. The Prime Champions Final Tournament is a 32-player event. The 21 top point earners over the course of the league will be granted automatic entry to the tournament. First place finishers in majors will also be granted automatic entry. Players who have accrued a predetermined minimum set of points will qualify for a last call tournament where they can play in for the final remaining spots in the 32-player final bracket. From the top 32, 8 players will arise and make it to the final stage, where they will face off to determine the first ever Parallel Prime Champion. For a full look at the upcoming Parallel League scheduled events, and for more information about rules and regulations, visit parallelleague.game.